I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we have done in previous meetings, our viewers this evening are at home, as well as my fellow council members. Regrettably, I wish you were here with me, but the circumstances don't permit that. So we'll be teleconferencing and video conferencing throughout the meeting. We've decided to forego the face mask tonight because we feel confident in our social distancing. My city manager is 8 feet to the right of me, and the city attorney is 8 feet to the left of me. So I think we're going to be okay there. So let's start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all stand, please. Put your hand over your hearts and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. If we may have the roll call, please.
I can't hear.
Go ahead with the roll call, Ms. Rodriguez.
Councilmember Engler?
I can't hear.
Councilmember Jones?
Hello?
You're there, right, Ed? Ed?
He can't hear us.
All right. Well, I know Ed's there, so we'll work on the audio, but why don't we proceed with the roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena?
Present.
Mayor Adam?
And I'm here as well. All right, we'll work on that little difficulty. And
I can't hear hardly, and I don't know if you can hear me.
We hear you fine, Ed.
You.
Shall I stay on the phone?
Yeah, we hear you now. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid this evening we have to start the night on a somber note. We lost an individual here in the community that means a lot to many people. The young man's name was Courtney Brousseau. And we start tonight's meeting in a moment of sadness and reflection for the tragic loss of Courtney Brousseau, who was fatally wounded in a shooting in San Francisco and passed away May 4th. Words cannot express the tremendous grief our community is experiencing over the loss of Courtney and the amazing legacy he created during his short life. A 22-year-old Newberry High School alumni, Courtney was 12 when he embarked on his passion for community service as a representative on the Thousand Oaks Youth Commission. He sat on the commission for 4 years, included serving as commission's chair in 2015. In high school, he worked with Assemblymember Jackie Irwin, the Greater Kaneho Valley Chamber of Commerce, California Lutheran University, and the city to implement the CITY internship program. He founded Students Transforming Education, which advanced for teacher tenure reforms, participated in the YMCA's Youth and Government program, including serving as a statewide Chief Justice, and served on the board of directors for Mi Casa de Angeles, working towards improving the quality of education in the impoverished areas throughout the country of Peru. In addition to these tremendous accomplishments, Courtney also achieved the rank of Eagle Scout with the Boy Scouts of America and earned the distinction of valedictorian at Newbury Park High School. While attending UC Berkeley, Courtney served on the board of directors of the Students Association. He worked as a computer science tutor and earned positions as a program manager intern with Microsoft and an intern with the City of Oakland. After graduation, Courtney was hired as an associate product manager at Twitter. Courtney will forever be remembered for his love of flip-flops, even in the winter, his appreciation of burritos because they are an efficient delivery system, his contagious love of life, and a smile that always made others feel happy and welcomed. We mourn the tragic loss of one of our most inspirational community leaders. Our hearts go out to his family and friends, And ladies and gentlemen, if you'd please join me in a moment of silence for this remarkable young man, Courtney Brousseau. If you'd all stand, please. Thank you. I had the great pleasure of meeting Courtney personally on a number of events, especially with the Youth Commission. I can tell you he was an extraordinary young man, gifted. He stood out, and I have wonderful memories of my time with Courtney, and he will be sorely missed. All right. So, we don't have any requests for continuance, I believe. So we're going to move on to our city manager and get a COVID-19 update. Mr. Powers.
Thank you very much, Mayor Adam. Good evening, everyone at home. Just a quick update, as I've done during the previous weeks, a look at where our numbers stand as of this evening. We have in Ventura County now 698 cases across the county with 19 fatalities. 114 of those are or have been in the Kaneho Valley, and to date we've conducted nearly 14,000 tests. Testing capacity has gone up significantly, including the addition of a new state-sponsored testing facility that we have located at the Newberry Park Branch Library that is now up and running as of yesterday. We have 475 individuals that are now fully recovered out of that total of 698, and then we have 204 across the county that are under active quarantine. 25 of those are hospitalized, 13 of them being in the ICU. I wanted to focus a little bit of my COVID-19 comments tonight on the work we're doing to help businesses on their path to reopening. The governor has set out guidance on reopening various sectors of our state's economy. And our job at the city is to efficiently assist those businesses in reopening within the confines and regulations laid out by the state. We have a team of city staff that are dedicated to the task, and they will be working closely with the county as new sectors may be released weekly and new guidance will be distributed and have to be adhered to. Last week came the news that manufacturing and retail for curbside pickup is now open, and additional guidance came down from the governor today that we'll be working to implement, including a layout of a roadmap of what in-restaurant dining might look like and the significant guidelines attached to that. The Kaneho Chamber has stood up the Kaneho Valley Small Business Economic Task Force to provide support and assistance to our local businesses. That includes raising funds to support them in this time of great need. We continue to be in daily contact with the county and all 10 cities as we're working collaboratively through these extraordinary times. I wanted to take just a moment to applaud our team here at the City of Thousand Oaks who, through innovation, creativity, and a spirit of perseverance and optimism, have continued to deliver stellar service to our residents and businesses despite the circumstances. I'm so appreciative of their continued efforts and dedication to our community. As a reminder, where you can go to stay up to date, vcemergency.com continues to evolve and is updated on a daily basis. It is the central repository for information in Ventura County, vcemergency.com, including all the links to information about how to register if you are a business that falls into one of the categories or sectors allowed to reopen. There is a registration process that we ask you to hop on there and do. It's really fairly straightforward and simple, but just to give us some contact information to the county and that will be passed along to us so that we can stay in contact as the situation continues to evolve. Please continue to limit the time outside your home unless it's for an essential purpose or exercise. We are seeing some signs of light and cautious optimism, but we also recognize that tremendous economic challenges lie ahead for businesses, individuals, and cities. Let's work to keep our community spirits high and enjoy some time on our local trails, which are now reopened. But be sure to follow the guidelines that are laid out and use them responsibly. That's the conclusion of my update for tonight, Mayor Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Well, I think you can see we are making slow but steady progress, but this is going to require that we continue to stay vigilant so we can safely reopen the city of Thousand Oaks. And I can assure you that the city itself and all the staff are dedicated to making this happen in a safe manner. So be patient, hang in there. We're going to get there. All right. Let us move on to public comments. If you'd announce that, please, Ms. Rodriguez.
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and all documents for City Council and the official record should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. 2 individuals have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes, and the yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Not showing any speakers on my speaker list.
Can you call them?
Yeah, just have that.
All right, we have 1 speaker this evening, and that is Crystal Naon, I believe. Crystal, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Crystal Naone, and I'm the CEO and president for the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Kaneho Valley. And I wanted to give you an update on what we are doing currently at the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Kaneho Valley. So we have 9 clubs from Newberry Park to Calabasas. And oh, by the way, I live behind T.O. High School as a resident. So anyway, we have 9 clubs, and 4 clubs in Kaneho Valley Unified School District are all open. We have 8,000 square foot sites at each of the middle school campuses, and we are open as an essential business for essential service workers, as well as the most vulnerable in our community. We are providing Spanish language services. We are providing hot meals and snacks at clubs. We've got one-on-one assistance with virtual schoolwork, and we are collaborating with the school administration to support youth and prevent learning loss. And in addition to that, we're providing our staff and youth with individualized social emotional supports. Just so you folks know, we're one of 9 clubs open in the state of California, and we are one of 402 clubs open across the United States. We are following very, very strict CDC state and county guidelines to make sure that our kids are safe. We've got hand washing protocol, temperatures being taken as kids come in the door. No one sick is allowed to be in our premise. We've got groups of 10. We've got consistent staff. Every time they go through a rotation or they go from one room to the next room, We're making sure that everything is disinfected and wiped down. We've got multiple, I guess what I should say is we're following all of the guidelines, making sure everybody's safe. We also went to virtual clubs. So right now we've got about between 60 and 70 kids showing up on a daily basis between those 4 clubs. We hope to be able to, the max that we can take in any one of our buildings based on the social distancing requirements is 70 kids. So we could take up to 300 kids this summer in our CVUSD sites. Starting on January 1st. But again, we will be adhering to those social distancing protocols and safety protocols. We did launch virtual programming last 2 weeks ago, and we have 27 virtual programs that are streaming through social platforms with over 3,000 views in that first 2 weeks, and we hit 3,570 youth connected through our virtual programming. We've also done 550 wellness calls on the kids at our clubs. Really cool story that we had. Let's see, this is from a parent who is a nurse. She said, a quote says, "When I found out the Boys and Girls Club was staying open, my boys and I were ecstatic." This their first day back at club, oh my God, I need my glasses. Was the day I saw them start smiling and laughing again. The club being open means that my husband and I can both continue working, something we need to do since we both serve in essential roles.
Crystal, thank you. That's a good report. Appreciate you being here tonight. All right. I don't believe we have any other public speakers, so let us go on to the proverbial consent calendar. Any items to poll, my fellow council members? If not, can I get a motion to approve?
Claudia Bilda-Lapena, move to approve.
Thank you. The motion on the floor. Call the vote, please, Ms. Rodriguez.
Councilmember Engler?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor,
You
that
have a second reading, I believe.
the motion carries 4-0, and your ordinance title is an ordinance amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, Title 1, Chapter 8, adding Section 1-8.130, authorizing the use of electronic signatures, ordinance number 1679 NS.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let's go on to our first public hearing. Ms. Rodriguez, if you would announce that, please.
Hearing, advertised as required by law, is open to consider Agenda Item 8A regarding 2020-2021 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan and related documents for U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. And Mayor, we have 4 individuals that have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, each speaker will have 5 minutes, and the yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
All right, thank you. And this evening we have Lynn Oshida here, our Community Development Analyst, to present. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the city's annual public hearing on the proposed use of the Community Development Block Grant, or Cdbg funds, from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The Cdbg funds will be used to benefit low-income Thousand Oaks residents. City staff is requesting council approval on the HUD-related documents, which include the 2020 Cdbg Action Plan and the Citizen Participation Plan. All documents were prepared in consultation with the public and local stakeholders, and a copy of the draft documents was posted on the city's website for public review prior to tonight's meeting. The Cdbg grant amount fluctuates from year to year. In 2020, the Cdbg grant amount is approximately $578,000, which is 2.6% less than last year's Cdbg entitlement amount. $37,000 of prior year funds are also available for reallocation. In total, approximately $615,000 of CDBG resources are available for allocation. The 2020 CDBG Action Plan was prepared with community outreach. A community needs assessment and notice of application were conducted in November and December of 2019. The city received 2 housing rehabilitation applications and 14 public service applications. The draft action plan was posted on the city's website for 30 days. All comments that were received during this period, in addition to comments that are heard tonight, will be included in the final action plan document, which will be submitted to HUD. This slide shows the breakdown of the allocations. As you can see, CDBG funds are focused on housing rehabilitation and public services. Agencies that are being recommended for CDBG funds all have past HUD experience and are capable of complying with HUD requirements. The rehabilitation activities will benefit 82 low-income units. The many mansion projects involves rehabilitating Bella Vista apartments, which will utilize $258,000 of CDBG funds. And Habitat for Humanity's program will rehab 10 low-income owner-occupied mobile homes, which will utilize $156,000 of CDBG funds. Both Many Mansions and Habitat for Humanity are available tonight via Zoom to answer questions. This slide lists the 8 social services agencies and program activities that are being recommended for CDBG funding. These programs will benefit over 2,700 low-income Thousand Oaks residents. HUD requires regional reports to be prepared every 5 years. These documents are the Consolidated Plan and the Analysis of Impediment to Fair Housing Choice, which were prepared in collaboration with the County of Ventura and 4 other HUD entitlement cities of Camarillo, Oxnard, Simi Valley, and Ventura. The draft version of these regional reports was brought to Council on February 11th. The analysis of impediment is the demographic profile of Ventura County and looks at specific groups within the county and evaluates housing choices for all residents. It also analyzes housing conditions in both public and private market sectors of the market. The purpose is to ensure equal access to housing opportunities throughout the county. The Consolidated Plan also provides an opportunity to update the city's Citizen Participation Plan. Attachment 1 to the staff report is the updated plan. A new section was added to include a process for public participation during a declared emergency or disaster. This slide shows the 3 documents that are required to be submitted to HUD by the County of Ventura by June 30th, 2020. Tonight, staff is asking Council to approve the 3 documents for HUD submittal, to authorize the city manager to finalize and execute the grant documents, and to approve the revised Citizen Participation Plan resolution. This concludes staff's report. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oshida. Any questions, council members?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Member De La Pena. I wanted to find out about other applicants that are not included in this. I went through the staff report and didn't necessarily see other applicants. Do we know who applied?
Yes, there were 14 applicants for public services and 2 applicants for projects. The 2 projects were Habitat for Humanity and Many Mansions' project. And I believe in the action plan in the exhibit shows the applications, who had applied.
Did we have any applicants such as the Westminster Free Clinic?
Westminster Free Clinic decided not to apply this year. They said that they had enough funding from other resources, and so they did not apply for Cdbg.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions?
Bob Engler here.
Councilmember Engler.
Thank you. A quick question for the city manager. We're giving some flexibility should there be further funding from the feds on this. And how are you going to go about that? Are we going to have reopen applications, or are we just going to award more money to the qualifiers right now?
So I think if I understand your question, Councilmember Engler, there are some additional pots of CDBG funds, and I can let Lynn speak to that a little bit. They came via the CARES Act. There are additional stipulations and requirements attached to those, and we are working collaboratively with the Kaneho Chamber and our economic development folks, as some of those funds may be able to be directed to business assistance and other needs. Lynn, would you add anything to that?
So for the CDBG CV, which is related to the COVID-19, the city is in conversations with the other cities in Ventura County on the use of these funds. What is unknown right now and is more specific guidance from HUD. I did have a conversation with HUD last week, and they said HUD is still working on getting to the cities more information about how the funds could be used, and specifically the relationship with COVID-19. And so there really needs to be a nexus between COVID-19 and using these funds, and it just can't be used as regular CDBG activities.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Engler. And if there are no further questions, we do have some speakers this evening. We have 4, actually. You'll have 3 minutes each. If you'd state your name and city of residence for the record, we'll start with Doug Menges.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council and staff. My name is Doug Menges. I'm a resident of Westlake Village, and I work in Thousand Oaks, where I'm the Vice President of Real Estate at Many Mansions. I'm here to briefly talk about our application for Bella Vista funding. Bella Vista was built 50 years ago and is one of our 9 Thousand Oaks properties. We acquired Bella 15 years ago with the city's help and have maintained it since then in good condition. This grant that we're seeking is to replace the windows, approximately 300 windows at Bella, which are the original single pane windows, and replace them with more highly efficient dual pane windows. We have successfully been given previous grants for Bella, where we've replaced the roof and the lights and the toilets, repaired the walkways and the stairs, and now it's time for the windows. The 72 units there at Bella Vista are 100% affordable with no vacancies. That's the extent of my remarks tonight, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menges. Next up, Jason Meek. Jason?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. I just wanted to provide a little context to what Turning Point's ask is of Thousand Oaks to provide additional care for our mutual community members. The funding specifically is to provide not only kind of a triage and crisis care, getting individuals from the streets into a shelter, but we're also providing a very robust medical screening. We're working with backpack medicine and other doctors and healthcare professionals, as well as behavioral health specialists, to where we are connecting everyone with with kind of a whole holistic package of care, because the dynamics have definitely increased mental health symptomology for our folks. So with that being said, we've gone to great lengths to really assure not only the safety of the staff that's out there and doing additional outreach, but making sure that those individuals that can't get to health care, they are unable to do so because of transportation or perhaps mental health symptoms have presented in a way that they're not aware that they need medical care, that we're able to link them on the spot. We're able to do assessments, and if the assessments deem necessary, we will provide transportation to clinics and other areas to make sure that they're getting assessment and proper treatment and care. Our shelters themselves, particularly our place Safe Haven, when we are doing targeted outreach in Thousand Oaks, we're assuring the safety and well-being of them as well as the staff. And then once they get into our shelter, that process is again repeated. We have everyone has their own masks, gloves, additional sanitizer, and we're spacing people as best we can within the regulations and guidelines set forth by the medical professionals. And, just assuring that our folks get the best possible care, and that at a bare minimum, they know they're cared for and they're safe. And regardless of their needs, we're going to ensure that they navigate the system safely to get all those critical needs met. We have infrared thermometers. We have, again, a robust supply, surprisingly, of medical and safety supplies, and the linkage has definitely ramped up. The outreach has ramped up significantly, and we're very happy to report that all is safe and clear. We have no cases identified of COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Janet Young. Evening, Janet.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Adam and members of the City Council. My name is Janet Young, and I'm the Director of Development with Senior Concerns here in Thousand Oaks. And thank you for considering the grant request from Senior Concerns tonight. When we wrote this grant, we had no idea how much the need for our Meals on Wheels program would grow. The current pandemic has truly illustrated how important home-delivered meals are for our senior community. As you know, in the last 2 months, our Meals on Wheels program has grown 87%. We're now delivering more than 5,000 meals a month to meet the need. We're onboarding new seniors every day who cannot get to stores and are in need of healthy meals. So funding from the City of Thousand Oaks will help ensure Senior Concerns can continue to provide this valuable service and help ensure the health of our senior community in the coming year. And as you probably know, for seniors age 70 plus, the stay-at-home guidelines are probably going to stay in effect for most of this year. That's what we're anticipating. So really, this program is so important. So I just want to, again, thank you for considering our request tonight.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate you being here. All righty. That concludes our speakers. Ms. Oshida, do you have any staff responses you'd like to make?
So, Councilmember De La Pena had asked about the applications. It's in the action plan on page 36 of the PDF as part of one of the attachments, and they list all of the CDBG applicants, the 2 project applications and the 14 public service applications.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for staff? All right. If not, I'm going to close the hearing, and we'll open it up for council discussion and or a motion.
Move approval of staff recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Motion on the floor. If we could have the vote, please, Ms. Rodriguez.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena,
Yes.
Mayor Adam,
Yes, thank you.
and Mayor, that motion carries 4-0.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was wondering if we could quickly take up item 12A since it's related to this, and then move on to the pre-screen.
Yeah, why not? I think that would be okay.
Staff is prepared to do that.
Great.
And you're right, they are interrelated. So let's take a quick jump to 12A, and that has to do with a supplemental contribution to senior concerns. And it's something that I brought forward, and I'm hoping to get the support of my fellow council members. Senior concerns last year got $20,000 in Kaneho community development block grants, and this year 15 due to the high demand and the lessening of the funds. And as you just heard, probably the biggest service Senior Concerns provides to the community is Meals on Wheels. And here we have the most vulnerable population in our community, 70 and over, pretty much marooned at home and very, very dependent on these meals. And as you just heard, they've almost doubled in the amount of meals they're serving over the last 2 months or so, and I suspect that's going to go even higher. So it was my thought that in addition to the money that they're getting from community development block grants, that we supplement that with the $10,000 contribution from our general fund.
And Mayor Adam, I might add to that if you...
Yes, please.
Mayor Adam, members of the council, just as a augmentation to the comments that were just made. I'm on daily calls with the county and our partners, and one of the biggest critical needs has been feeding our seniors and our most vulnerable. And I can tell you that we're very fortunate to have Senior Concerns here in the community. These are truly extraordinary circumstances and challenging times, and they have risen to the occasion in a big way. And to have that resource and that infrastructure in place and their ability to scale appropriately to provide the services to our residents in great need and beyond has been really remarkable. And so we felt, given the severity of the circumstances and our reliance on that entity, that this was very much a good recommendation.
What do you think, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I think that the council collectively worked on this particular item because Senior Concerns actually contacted all council members, not just the mayor. So this was a collective item, and I would certainly most wholeheartedly agree with the recommendation, and I move to approve it.
Very good. And you're absolutely right about that. I believe all our council members were contacted and made aware of the situation. Any other comments that anyone would like to make? If that, did you just make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
I did, yes, I did.
All right, then we'll have a vote on that, if you please.
Councilmember Engler,
Yes?
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena,
Most certainly.
Mayor Al Adam,
Yes.
and that motion carries 4-0.
Very good, very good. Okay, good idea, Mayor Pro Tem, to put that item, move it up in the agenda, by the way. So now let us go back to where we were, and that will be our second public hearing of the night. And if you would announce that, Ms. Rodriguez?
This is a pre-screen, so we can go straight to staff.
Oh. All right, just a moment. Oh, I beg your pardon. This is department report. Oops. So, yes, before we go to staff, though, I'd like to ask our city manager, Mr. Powers, to make a comment here, if you would, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Adam. And as I've done before at some of these pre-screenings, I just wanted to take a minute or two at the outset to remind the community and viewers watching at home, many of which that may be new to watching through these local government affairs, what is before the City Council this evening. I've seen some of the social media discourse on this particular item, and as often is the case with pre-screens, there appears to be some confusion on what this step actually represents. So I just wanted to take a couple moments to explain that. This is a pre-screen application. It's a unique step in the relatively long path to development in the city of Thousand Oaks. I believe this is our 9th pre-screen that the City Council has considered. Some come back as full-fledged projects. Others fall by the wayside for a variety of reasons. Examples of that are the 2219 Thousand Oaks Boulevard project and the Pinecrest project, which were both pre-screened and did not come forth. This is an initial look at a project concept only. This is not a full-fledged application. It is a set-aside of an allotment of units to a 12-acre property with this particular developer, and there's a unit count attached to that, and that's a ceiling, not a floor. So it can't go above that. It is not an approval of a development. That's a step that's likely a year or so away, if granted this evening. It does not have deep analysis attached to it, the environmental, economic, grading, and traffic that you would see with a traditional development application. If advanced by the City Council this evening, the applicant will be tasked with taking in all the feedback that they've received from the Council and embarking on a process of engaging with the community, refining the concept into an actual project submittal, completing a full-scale EIR, submitting a pre-application to the city, and preparing for hearings before the Planning Commission and City Council in 2021. In the simplest of terms, pre-screens are an opportunity for the City Council to determine whether they see any merit in a concept on a particular piece of land. It's a chance to provide direct feedback to an applicant before sending them down the road for further outreach, study, and scrutiny before coming back through the various phases that I mentioned before. But as I conclude, just to be super clear what the council is deciding tonight, if the City Council were to authorize a project to move forward, the only commitment the council is making is to hold, in this case, 353 units to the side from a pool of units for this applicant for a period of a year. It is not an approval of any project. That would come later. And with that context, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. This pre-screen before City Council tonight, as Mr. Powers mentioned, is an early look at a concept. It's an early look at an idea that is the result of about 2 years of preparation. Staff has met with the applicant over that period, on and off, to talk about the property, talk about various options going forward. Those discussions began, like I said, in 2018, and I would just like to say that the applicant has proved to be very receptive to input from staff and to discussions, and so tonight is a great opportunity for the council, for the community to provide input on this idea. And if it does go forward, then those ideas and that commentary would then be used to refine the project, which is the normal course of affairs as we review a formal application. I also wanted to take this quick opportunity to introduce the case planner, Carlos Contreras, who will be presenting the item tonight. Mr. Contreras joined us about 14 months ago, having worked for approximately 11 years in other cities, including Palmdale, and then most recently the city of Malibu. Mr. Contreras is handling some of our most complex projects So I'm very happy that he is here to present this to you tonight. After his presentation, of course, he and I will be available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Adams, members of the council, and members of the public. The project before you tonight is a pre-screen review of a mixed-use design concept with a request to allocate residential capacity and initiate a general plan amendment for a project located at 325 and 391 Hampshire Road. The request before you tonight primarily consists of the following. The Measure E allotment of 353 residential units, the initiation of a general plan amendment to change the land use designation on the subject property, and 3, to allow concurrent processing of entitlement applications in conjunction with legislative actions. The processing of legislative actions and entitlements together enables the project to be evaluated comprehensively. Here's a vicinity map of the subject property. The property is located within a substantially developed area of the city, located on the south side of the 101 freeway and on the west side of Hampshire Road, indicated here in the little red dot. The subject property is located at the northwest intersection of Hampshire Road and Foothill Drive, outlined in red here. The project site totals 11.79 acres and consists of 2 legal lots and is zoned C1, which is neighborhood commercial. Most of the site was previously improved and now contains vacant structures. Here's the existing land use designation on the subject property. As indicated in red, you have a land use designation of commercial. To the south, you have a land use designation of high-density residential. To the east, you have institutional land use designation. To the northeast, you have industrial land use designation. And to the west, you have low-density residential. And as indicated in green here, you have low-density open space land use designation to the southwest.
Could he speak louder or near the mic? I can barely hear him.
Yeah, could you just
If you'd pull that mic in a little closer.
doubly enunciate since
there
it's
it is.
going through the interwebs there.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. To continue here, the subject site is surrounded by a mix of land uses. Current adjacent land uses consist of a skilled nursing facility to the northwest, highlighted here in blue, commercial uses to the north, highlighted in yellow, apartments to the south, highlighted in orange, and to the southwest is a childcare facility, highlighted in green. These are the current land uses that are existing that are surrounding the subject property. With regards to the existing conditions on the site, here's a view of the project site from Hampshire Road. You can see the existing vacant 110,000 square foot commercial building, paved parking lot, and existing perimeter and interior landscaping on the subject property. Here are a couple of photographs from the interior of the subject site. The site conditions are a result of approximately 15 years of site vacancy. As you can see here, you have the 110,000 square foot vacant building and some interior landscaping planters. This is the view of the subject site as you look at it from the northwest from Foothill Road. The project site is approximately 50 feet higher on grade than 50 feet lower below grade from Foothill Drive. The building on the right is the existing vacant commercial building. Here's a view of the southern portion of the project, looking east from Foothill Drive toward Hampshire Road. In this picture, you have the existing commercial buildings on the left, and on the right are the existing apartments. Please note that the oak trees located along the parkway within the sidewalk on the left side of this image. The project plans are currently providing for encroachments into the protected zone of oak and landmark trees. However, that will be discussed in further detail later in this presentation. Now a little bit of background on the subject project. In September of 2017, the City Council approved an economic development strategic plan. The plan is a long-term vision designed to help the city maintain its financial health and achieve future economic growth while maintaining a high quality of life in Thousand Oaks. Recommendations from the plan are related to the proposed concept, As such, the applicant submitted a request for residential capacity allocation in February of this year. However, it should be noted that over the past couple of years, staff and the applicant have been in several discussions to address staff comments on the conceptual plan. Comments provided include design, concept, access, amenities, among others. These comments help guide the applicant in preparing a revised concept that is in alignment with the city's development criteria. The project before you tonight represents a design concept that includes staff's recommendations and considerations to date. Now, with regards to the pre-screening process and what that is, it's an evaluation of a proposed concept like the one before you tonight against criteria adopted by City Council in 2018. It's a required step for Measure E, unit allocation. It should be known that the project may be modified or refined between now and the formal application, which is required to be submitted within the next 12 months. In fact, tonight's action is not approving the project, just allowing the mixed-use concept to move forward. Also, please note that this action does not guarantee the project will be approved during the project's formal review, which is in the later stages of the process. To illustrate this point, here is the review process provided in the graphic, demonstrating the many steps in the planning and development phase. In yellow is where we are today, which is the RCA pre-screening and is the initial step of this process. After this stage, we have the pre-application and development agreements, which are intended to iron out development requirements and other project specifics. Following that is the formal development application and environmental review, and finally the public hearing stage. At the end of this process, the Planning Commission would hold a public hearing to make a recommendation on the proposal to the City Council. City Council will then hold a public hearing and take final action on the proposal. With regards to the general plan amendment, as part of this project, the general plan amendment would have to be processed in order to change the land use designation from commercial to commercial residential. Furthermore, if authorized, a specific plan will be required for the site. The specific plan includes development and design standards, permitted land uses, infrastructure requirements, and other criteria intended to implement the city's general plan. It should be noted that throughout the public process of the current GP update, general plan update, that is, the property has been identified as a potential site for residential and or mixed-use development. As such, the proposed project is highly consistent with the General Plan Advisory Committee, and much of the public comments in its vision would be appropriate for the site. Now let's discuss a little bit about the project design and its actual details. The proposal is for 455 residential units contained within 2 mixed-use buildings along Hampshire Road and 13 residential buildings towards the rear, western portion of the actual property. The mixed-use buildings provide approximately 15,000 square feet of retail space, 2 subterranean parking garages, and residential units above. The project incorporates SIP lanes to reduce vehicle stacking along Hampshire Road. The project also provides various open space amenities and public gathering opportunities. Public exterior spaces include patios, courtyards, plazas, pocket parks, paseos along the perimeter, and outdoor dining. With regards to the unit type, of the 459 total units that are proposed on the site, 46 of those would be studios. That accounts for about 10% of the total units. And you have 225 one-bedroom units, which accounts for approximately 50% of the total unit count. And you have 2-bedroom units that account for about 30% of the total unit count, and 3-bedroom units that are about 9% of the total unit count, and 4-bedroom units that are approximately 3% of the total unit count. With regards to Measure E, the current balance for citywide Measure E units totals 1,261. The project is requesting 353 residential units from the Measure E bank, and if approved, it would leave a balance of 908 units. The requested 353 units accounts for approximately 28% of the total Measure E capacity. With regards to density bonus, as proposed, the project will designate 9% of the units as affordable in the very low income category. This equates to 34 affordable units for the proposed project. To provide an idea of what affordable is, the Ventura County two-person maximum annual household income within the very low income category is $41,850. By providing the affordable units in the very low income category, the applicant is entitled to a 30% density bonus, which allows 106 additional units. The total unit count then of 459 units is derived from the 353 base units and the 106 density bonus units proposed. With regards to the pre-screening criteria, the city uses 4 key points of evaluation. That's suitability of the site for residential use, design quality, RENA units, and community benefits. And we'll get into those details at this moment. With regards to residential suitability for the site, the project site is suitable for mixed-use development due to the following reasons. The site allows for a mixed-use concept that is appropriate for this location and that there are existing multifamily residences to the south and existing commercial uses to the north and to the east. The project is within walking distance to nearby institutional, industrial, office, and commercial uses, and there are bike lanes and bus stops immediately to the east of the subject site. The proposed mixed-use concept will serve as a transition between commercial, industrial, and office uses to the north and the high-density residential uses to the south. And finally, a trail access point is located about 150 feet to the southwest, which provides public access to open space and trails. Here are a couple of views of the trails and open space near the property. I placed a red box over the project site. The trail access point is located approximately 150 feet to the southwest of the site along Foothill Road, and it provides access to the skyline, open space, and other associated trails. Based on these surrounding characteristics, the proposed project is compatible with surrounding development and suitable for the proposed site. Now, with regards to design quality, with regards to public exterior space specifically, the area in red highlights the angled building at the primary site entrance along Hampshire Road with an inviting entry to the public space. You have elevated walkways that connect the two buildings along Hampshire Road, creating active areas and an inviting access to the site. Additionally, elevated rooftop terraces like a sky deck is provided for opportunities for residents to gather, as well as provide scenic vantage points. Now, with regards to the ample landscaping on the site, there is a lot of landscaping proposed along Hampshire Road and Foothill Road. The project will provide patios, courtyards, plazas, dog parks, paseos, and pocket parks throughout the subject site, which are highlighted here in blue. The proposed project provides a total of 126,932 square feet of public open space, which is demonstrated here in this slide in green. The area in blue demonstrates the areas dedicated to patios, entry courtyards, plazas, and outdoor dining, which totals 25,000 square feet. Staff would like to emphasize that the project includes large public plazas and paseos, encouraging pedestrian activity, and provides opportunities for public gathering. The 25,000 square foot commercial exterior space includes elevated terraces, sky deck, and rooftop decks at the project entrance, which serve to provide different opportunities for residents to gather. With respect to oak trees and landmark trees, and its impacts to protected trees as a result of the project. There are protected oak and California sycamore trees located on and near the western portion of the site. The project design is designed in a manner to preserve the oak and sycamore trees on the subject property. Existing trees are incorporated into the actual design and not affected by the proposed layout. There will be no removals of any oak or landmark trees as a result of this proposed design. If the allocation is approved tonight, a tree report will be required upon submittal of a formal application. Furthermore, a tree protection plan will be required if any construction activity is approved on the subject property. This is a photograph of the existing sycamore tree that is at the southwestern portion of the site, adjacent to the child care facility. Now, this here is a cross section of the mixed use and multifamily residential buildings. Please keep in mind that this is one cross section only from one specific site location. As shown here, the apartment buildings are 3 stories with a maximum height of 34 feet. They are located at the rear, where the site topography tends to be higher. The mixed-use buildings along Hampshire Road are proposed at 4 stories with the maximum height of 46 feet to 53.5 feet. Here's a close-up of the cross-section of the actual mixed-use buildings that are fronting Hampshire Road. The design of the mixed-use buildings incorporate many design elements to further reduce the size, mass, and scale of the project as seen from Hampshire Road. The mixed-use buildings fronting Hampshire Road are designed with staggered floor levels and varying heights and setbacks. As shown here in the blue is the first floor, which is 23 feet, 11 inches tall, with a 20-foot and 10-inch setback from the road. The second and third floor is 43 feet with 9 inches in height, with a 30-foot and 10-inch setback. And then the fourth floor is 53 feet, 6 inches tall, with a 36-foot, 10-inch setback provided. Other design techniques include incorporating varied roof lines, vertical and horizontal articulation, and breaks in the building that lessen the perceived height of the buildings along the road. Here's an elevation of the proposed building design. The architecture is contemporary with building materials that include stucco, decorative stone, veneer, metal cladding panels, metal rail guards, a large storefront window, which are provided at all commercial levels with metal awnings above the windows. The residential buildings in the rear will be architecturally compatible to the mixed-use buildings that are along the front of the property. Here's an architectural rendering of the proposed mixed-use buildings along Hampshire Road, which incorporate varying wall projections, extensive building articulation, elevated terraces, exterior seating areas, recessed building levels, and courtyards that reduce the massing and scale of the buildings, which results in a visually interesting and attractive design for the project. Here's a visual rendering of the main entrance from Hampshire Road, looking towards the west. As demonstrated here, the project frontage creates active areas and an inviting access to the property. The main entrance provides a 113-foot to 170-foot wide separation between the two mixed-use buildings, with the skyline open space beyond. Here's a view of the project site looking west from the entrance. The interior roads are also designed in a manner that create active areas with wide sidewalks, bike lanes, and outdoor seating provided for its residents and the community. Here's another visual of the site entrance. As demonstrated here, it incorporates elevated terraces at the entrance, creating a more vibrant pedestrian activity along Hampshire Road while maintaining an active and attractive design. This is a view of the proposed dog park looking north from Foothill Road. The concept has ample public gathering spaces which will benefit future residents and the community in general, including public access to this dog park here, which is located in the southeast corner of the property. In terms of regional housing needs and community benefits, the project has added needed housing for the city, both market rate and affordable. Additionally, future tenants and potential project would have access to all existing amenities, including but not limited to the dog park, the paseos along the perimeter of the site, and the parks that are provided on the subject property. With regards to CEQA, Given that tonight's action will not result in a direct or indirect physical change to the environment, it is not considered to be a project and therefore not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. Please note that the project will be reviewed for conformance with CEQA during the formal application process. And if the allocation is approved tonight, an EIR may be required for the project in the future. Now, with regards to consistency and with the city council's goals and priorities, we emphasize a couple here. The project meets City Council Goal I, as it will help in the production of long-term affordable housing in the city. The project also meets the City Council Priority Number 9, as it will provide affordable units that meet the city's RENA needs. As we previously mentioned earlier on in this presentation, in 2017, the City Council approved an Economic Development Strategic Plan. The proposed project is in alignment with that plan in that, one, the site is identified as one of the 6 opportunity sites, which is a key property that warrants investment to benefit and improve the city of Thousand Oaks. 2, the project will support reinvestment in key commercial centers in the city. And 3, the plan calls for the consideration of mixed-use development at major shopping centers, which is what this concept is proposing. Now, with regards to the next steps, if the allocation is approved tonight, if the City Council approves the request, the applicant will then revise the project plans based on Council's direction and then submit a pre-application. The applicant would then need to submit a formal application on or before May 12th of 2021. Formal applications include but are not limited to general plan amendment, specific plan, a development permit, a lot merger, etc. Any formal application would have to be reviewed and approved by both the Planning Commission and the City Council. With that being said, staff recommends that the City Council provide direction to either adopt a resolution to initiate the general plan and specific plan amendments, allocate 353 dwelling units, and allow concurrent processing with your direction and your input, or deny the application request. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Town. Nice job, Mr. Contreras. And let us go to our council members for questions of staff. Anyone?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Jones, yes, sir.
Yeah. Would it be appropriate for me to ask staff, or I presume the developer or his representative?
Yes, the applicant will be speaking. You'll have an opportunity to question the applicant as well.
Yeah, I would think I'll wait till that time. Thank you.
Very good, very good. All right. Then I'm hearing no...
Councilman Engler?
Yes, Councilman Engler, go ahead.
I've got a few questions that I didn't see in the staff report. I'm just curious. One of the questions I think is since this property has been vacant for so long, is have we had any viable options on this property since the Home Depot made their proposal, or have we had any action on this property as far as developing it?
Mr. Town?
I'll take the first and then hand it over
Mr.
to
Powers.
Mark.
Very good.
Because generally speaking, being an opportunity site, whenever anyone had some potential interest in this, it would inevitably end up in a phone call or an ask for a meeting with myself and Mr. Town. And I, on dozens of occasions, we've heard concepts ranging from big box retailers to groups that were interested in bringing water or amusement parks, none of which have risen to any level that it would be contemplated as a development proposal. So they were, and I think from our reasoning over the years, it's been a factor of two things: the land valuation and the significant site work required on the property. It has a aging exterior retaining wall, for instance, and this can be very significant to address. And so those always prove to be impediments to applicants bringing projects forward. I'll let Mr. Town augment that.
Just briefly to say that, yes, we have met with various individuals or companies over the years, over the past 10 years in particular, who expressed some interest in the property, typically either in commercial designs or in high-density residential. None of those went forward, of course, in terms of a pre-screen. This is the first. And I think it reflects in part the applicant's focused efforts to acquire the property and to put together the initial concept that you are seeing tonight. They can speak best to this, but it's my understanding that they've been seeking the property for some time, and we're willing to put in the legwork to make that happen. So this is the first real concept with a new property owner that is before the City Council.
So in the past, none of these potential projects came forward because the city blocked it, or because it just wasn't enough effort on the part of the applicant?
No, and quite the contrary. As an opportunity site, we would actively seek anything that had viability, and we have a duty to process that, much as we do in this case. Once an applicant has a project, they have an opportunity to come forward in this forum, and those were all decisions that the various developers or interested parties made themselves.
Thank you. And I think this question might be for Mr. Town. There is a high-density development to the, I guess it's the south there on Hampshire. Can you compare the density between the proposed we have here and those apartments? And also, can you all talk a little bit about the lot coverage and how much of that lot coverage is devoted to vehicles and driveways and that sort of thing?
Thank you, Councilmember Engler. The property across the street, to the south across Foothill, is the Westlake Villas property at 561 Hampshire. That property was built in 1979, and it has 142 apartments on site, which equates to a density of approximately 18 units per acre. And then adjacent to that property, further to the south, are two other apartment complexes, the Oakview apartment homes and the Meadows at Westlake, built in 1970 and 1971 respectively. And those projects hold 242 and 253 units, again, respectively, with densities of 21 and about 19 units per acre. So the over 600 units to the south of the property have densities ranging from approximately 18 to 21 units per acre.
Okay, another follow-up question, I guess. What percentage acreage-wise is your proposed location going to be devoted to open space? And does that open space also include dedicated areas for vehicles, or is it strictly grass and trees and that sort of thing? In other words, you said there was 120,000 square feet or so. How much of that is represented percentage-wise on that property?
So approximately 25% of the property is exterior public open space, and it's shown on page 11 of the staff report. There's a figure 6, public exterior space, and it shows the blue areas, which is the 25%. That is made up of outdoor seating areas, green belts, green spaces that are adjacent to the daycare and to the skilled nursing facility and to the dog park that Mr. Contreras mentioned. So those are shown in blue on that exhibit. Those are your public exterior spaces.
So it's a roughly 12-acre site. 25%, 3 acres of it is now going to be dedicated to open space.
That is correct.
And I think I would like a little explanation of the density bonus that the applicant has applied for, and perhaps that would be best with our city attorney, Nolan.
Thank you, Councilmember Engler. Density bonus law has been in existence in the state of California for at least the last 10 years plus. And what the density bonus law does is if a developer provides affordable housing, in other words, constructs affordable housing, they're entitled to a density bonus. And it's a formula that's set forth in state law. It is something that is mandated on every on every city in the state of California. And depending on the type of affordable housing that's provided and the number of units that are provided, an applicant can get a density bonus of anywhere from 10% up to 35% of a density bonus. Actually, I take that back. It can be actually up to 100% density bonus for cases where you have a project where it's 100% affordable. An applicant can get 100% density bonus. In this case, the applicant is proposing 32 units of very low income, for a very low income category. And based on that, they are legally entitled to a density bonus of 30%.
Okay, and I know the state is pushing for more affordable housing in this time period. What is the consequences with the state if we have a contractor who's willing to put them in and we say, no, we don't need it because of the density issue? What kind of pushback can we expect?
Right. Well, under state law, one of the reasons why we're doing a comprehensive general plan update is because we also have to, by state law, adopt a housing element. Every city in the state has to adopt a housing element every 8-ish years. So our housing element has to be adopted next year, October 2021. And what the state does is it basically allocates minimum numbers of units in different income categories: very low income, moderate income, and above moderate income, that cities must accommodate. In other words, they have to designate. So a city such as ours has to look at our land use map, and if we are given a number of, I think in this case it's, remind me what it is, Mr. Town, that right now it's just a draft number.
The draft RENA number?
Yeah.
It's approximately 2,600 units.
Okay, so it's approximately 2,600 units, and about 40% or 45% of those
It's actually about 47%.
Okay, 47% of those units have to be for very low and low income units. So the city has to identify land on its land use map and zone those pieces of land for residential at densities where a developer can build low and very low income units. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much. One other question, I'm not sure if our police chief is in the audience, Police Chief Fryhoff. Is he available for a quick question?
He is. He's sitting in the top corner here, making his way down to the podium. Give him just a moment.
On?
You're on.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Engler, what was the question?
Thank you for coming down the hill there. In reading through a lot of public comments that we received via email, there was concern about apartment dwellings and increases in crimes in the neighborhood. Can you go a little bit into that? Have you noticed that in that area with the apartments being so close, the ones just south of the location? Has there been a noticeable difference in crime in those locations? Or give us your viewpoint on it.
So without having run those numbers ahead of time, I'm afraid to give you a whole lot of detail about it. What I can tell you is, with apartments where we typically have a large gathering of vehicles, probably our number one crime in Thousand Oaks and probably Ventura County is theft from vehicles. So anytime there's a large gathering of vehicles, we tend to see a greater theft from that. That's true from big parking lots, parking garages, regardless of where they're located within the city, because it's just multiple vehicles for our criminal elements to go and check. But if this project moves forward and that's something that's requested for staff to do, then we can certainly conduct an analysis about what the crime is like, not only within an apartment structure, but potentially the neighborhood that's surrounding it. We can come up with something to give you an idea of what that looks like.
Thank you.
No worries.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Engler. Anyone else?
Mayor? Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have a question regarding a slide in the slide presentation by Mr. Contreras about environmental review or CEQA. Can we go back to that slide? And I don't know which number it was, where you mentioned that.
I think it's up on the slide now.
There you go. Mm-hmm. You said that it may not require an EIR.
If I can clarify here, if the allocation is approved tonight and the applicant turns around and provides a formal application, subsequently, yes, staff would require that they provide technical studies, and they would have to go through the environmental review process, and most likely the project would require an environmental impact report.
Okay, because it says will require on the slide, but in your presentation you said may require. I would imagine that a project of this magnitude would indeed trigger an EIR. Would that be correct?
Well, and I think I'll add to it, just because we just had this conversation, Mayor Pro Tem. Since this is just a concept and not a formal submittal, there is the potential that the project could be significantly changed. And if it's significantly changed in certain ways, I think that's why he was hedging that. If it's significantly changed into a smaller scale project, then there may not be the need for the IR. So that's that point. But
I see. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Speaking about traffic or environmental concerns, traffic is, of course, the one topic that was raised the most in the comments or feedback that I received. And does the city of Thousand Oaks use the VMT methodology, or which methodology are we now adopting? Are we going by both? Just generally speaking.
Mr. Haydari will be responding to your question, and he's just walking down to the mic right now.
Thank you. Good evening. The VMT methodology is a newer one, and it is going to be effective on July 1st, 2020 of this year, to be the new methodology to be used to study traffic impacts on environmental impact reports and CEQA documentation. So that will be something that will be used.
Okay, so I believe I've heard that the level of service at that intersection at Hampshire is a D during peak hours. Would a VMT methodology change that to a more favorable assessment?
It's difficult to make that assertion. It's a totally different type of analysis. Mm-hmm. And it's new for everybody, and we haven't utilized it yet on any project. So it's likely we would have to be employing both methods, the VMT for the environmental impacts, and then our existing methods to have continuity for analysis of local impacts and traffic impacts.
Okay. Okay, thank you. In the presentation, I was hoping to see a picture rendering or a computer graphic about the view of this proposal from the 101 freeway going west. Do we have anything like that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The applicant has been made aware of the request for that view. They will be able to address that when they make their presentation. If they do not have that rendering for your review tonight, it would certainly be part of the environmental analysis that we just discussed.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is the change from C1, which is neighborhood shopping center and only neighborhood shopping center, nothing bigger, to commercial residential. It is requested tonight that the council agree not only to the 352 units, but also to initiate a general plan amendment. Now, say the council moves forward with this and the applicant further down the road decides not to move forward with this project. We've seen that before after pre-screenings. What happens to that general plan amendment initiation?
If an applicant withdraws the application, basically says that they're not going to go forward, then the application to process a general plan amendment dies along with it.
It dies along with it.
That's
okay.
correct.
Going by what the feedback that I have seen also is that the argument being made that we need housing, we need younger people to live here, and therefore we need this particular housing. We do have market rate apartments available, and there are vacancies in this in the rental field. So isn't really the need for younger people or entry-level employees, not so much the housing, because we do have it available, but the affordability of it? And I'm not sure exactly who could answer that question.
I think that's probably one best directed to the applicant as they, in their pro forma and their business decisioning on the type of stock of product, have done that analysis.
Okay. Because that's what I hear. We need our children to live here, and the houses are here, the condos are here, the apartments are available, but they're just not affordable. Also, given this is probably more a staff question, I noticed that the population in Thousand Oaks has declined by about 1,000 people per year over the last 5 years, which makes housing stock more available. How is that affecting the need for housing in our city, if at all? So we're down from 132,000 population to 126 population since 2015, 126,000.
I'm trying to remember when our housing expert, Veronica Tam, did a housing study presentation to the city council. What she indicated were vacancy rates for apartments and need. And I don't know if Mr. Town remembers what those numbers were or not.
I believe that Ms. Tam, our housing consultant for the general plan update, said that vacancy rates for apartments are under 5%. And historically, we've seen overpayment for rents. In other words, residents are paying more than 30% of their gross income for housing. And we've seen in the past overcrowding of units as well. I think that the project concept that we're talking about tonight, it would obviously introduce more market rate housing, but as you mentioned, there's also a real need apart from state requirements for affordable units. These are really working labor force units. A variety of professionals would use these to begin their careers and work their way up. In this particular case, as was mentioned, the applicant is proposing 32 units. That's 9% of the base units, of the base 353 units. So that I think it's fair to say meets a real need, both sort of local organic need as well as part of our formal state requirements in terms of the current housing element that we're within.
Would you say, Mr. Town, that apartments that are, I'm imagining there are 3 and 4 bedroom apartments proposed in this that will probably go for $3,000-4,000 a month, that you will have people move into them with a couple of roommates, because who can afford $4,000 a month?
That's possible, but the applicant has indicated that there is a market for 3 and 4 bedroom units for families who are here perhaps either on a temporary basis or that are not prepared to invest in a home, in a condominium or a single family detached home. So there's an increasing market for that. We used to see a lot of 3 bedroom units back in the 60s and 70s. That's decreased tremendously. In the last roughly 10 years, we've only seen about 1% of our new apartment stock being 3 or 4 bedroom apartments. But the applicant can speak, I'm sure they will speak to that, because they purposefully included the larger units in this concept to meet that need for family housing.
And then the height of the building. There are some buildings which are 54 feet, almost 54 feet high, right off Hampshire Road. We have a height limit of 35 feet. And why is staff suggesting that it's okay to go to 53 feet?
I think basically staff is suggesting that it's okay to consider this building height is really the result of multiple factors. The buildings along Hampshire Road, when we looked at the original concepts, we discussed with the applicant the need to set back the upper floors, which they have done, the second, third, and fourth floors. We asked them to articulate the buildings beyond that, and they included the courtyards that provide significant spaces within the buildings. And then, as Mr. Contreras described in his presentation, we have a very wide entry area from about 100 feet, 110 feet to about 170 feet. To fully separate those buildings, so much so that you can see the open space behind above Foothill Road. They've obviously used a number of different textures and details and so forth to also manage their building massing as well. So that's why staff has been comfortable with this concept, and we're comfortable bringing it to you tonight. That's not to say that, obviously, again, it's an idea, and your input and the community's input is important, and the applicant, I'm sure, will be listening very carefully to both after their presentation.
Now, going to the affordable or low-income units, I thought that we had a number of 50 units, not 32. Where did it change, or did it change at all? Was that a misinterpretation or misunderstanding?
The formal proposal to you tonight is 9% and 32 units. That's what's before you. The applicant will be addressing that specifically. A higher number, the number of 50 units, has been discussed. But in terms of the concept that the applicant submitted to us to forward to you, after our review, was for 32 units. So that's something that the applicant certainly will address.
Okay. Then we have the issue or the suggestion of retail. Given that retail isn't doing all that well, not only in the city of Thousand Oaks, but pretty much everywhere due to internet sales, is it really necessary to have retail now? Because this particular proposal is framed by 2 gas stations, which have convenience stores. And we have Teo Boulevard, which is within a very comfortable 10 walking minutes from this proposal to Oak and Iron, to Tabu Shabu, to Chocolatine, to the taco shop, to service salons and whatnot. So do we even really need retail on this property?
If staff could provide some comments on that. Yes, staff did look at the proposed mixed-use design and based on the site location and the surrounding site characteristics. The commercial component seems to be a critical component to this mixed-use development in that it would help provide for the commercial uses that would be available to not only the residents at the subject property, but also within close proximity. You have residential uses existing to the south, and although you do have commercial uses within 1,000 feet, let's say along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, this type of a design here with the mixed-use development seems appropriate, again, because of all the surrounding characteristics. You have as I previously mentioned, you have the GPAC, the General Plan Committee that did specify that this is an opportunity site for both residential and commercial uses, and also various input from the public regarding the General Plan update, most recently indicating that that this site actually would be appropriate for this kind of a use.
And perhaps I could just augment Mr. Contreras' comments. When we considered a Home Depot on this site, we meaning the community, there were comments about the Home Depot as it was proposed because it was essentially just a large big box retailer. It did not have any neighborhood serving commercial associated with it as the old Kmart site did. Those of you who have been here long enough will remember there were inline stores next to the Kmart. There was a furniture store and an Italian restaurant, and there was a liquor store. But those inline stores helped to serve the immediate community. And when the Home Depot project was proposed, that was one of the criticisms, that it didn't have that kind of neighborhood serving commercial as part of it. But I think it's sort of a broader level. The concept before you tonight is intended to be more of a community, more of a village design. It's designed to provide some commercial services for both residents and neighbors in the area, particularly residents immediately to the south. It's designed to be open, inviting. Connectivity has been a guiding theme throughout the design process on this concept. And so obviously the amount of commercial or commercial at all is an appropriate topic to discuss. But those are some of the reasons why commercial was included in this concept, why staff has thought it was a reasonable idea for City Council to consider. And as staff already mentioned, the Economic Strategic Plan recommended that the city consider mixed-use projects at these larger commercial locations.
And just as a reminder for our audience, not sure how many are out there listening or watching, the Home Depot would have required a zone change, and that was the application before the council from a C1 to a C3. It's a big box store, and a big box store in a C1 would have required a general plan amendment, correct, Mr. Town?
It was going to require a zone change from C1 to C3.
Zone change, yes.
A zone change. It was already commercial, so a GPA was not needed.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I have several other questions, but I will ask them of the applicant when it is his turn. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other further questions?
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Certainly, Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, what Bob Engler said about the bonus units. I'm wondering, maybe this should go to the city attorney. Would it be possible for the developer to give the low-cost housing and forego the bonus units? In other words, could he just do it without extra housing?
Easy answer to that is yes. A developer doesn't have to request a density bonus, but if they do ask for it, they're legally entitled to it.
Thank you. Well, let me just say, is there some point in time where we're supposed to declare if we've spoken to somebody relative to that project?
Councilmember Jones, in the city council packet, there are ex-parte memorandums from each of you identifying that you did have conversations with the applicant regarding the project. It's already in the record.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Jones. And if there's no further questions, we're going to go to the applicant, and the applicant will have 15 minutes and a 5-minute rebuttal later on in the report. And I believe we're going to go to Mr. Tom Cohen first, and he has some folks with him, namely Keith McCluskey and Dwayne Border. So if you're ready, Mr. Cohen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is Tom Cohen. I'm here on behalf of my client, IMT, the applicant. Let me start by thanking the city's executive team and the city council for its steady hand in continuing to run this great city while also managing this COVID-19 crisis and response. I also want to thank staff for its efforts and guidance in evaluating and frankly helping to improve our project. Our team here this evening with IMT is John Tesoriero and David Tedesco, Keith McCloskey, the project architect, Fred Cunningham, the civil engineer, and Dwayne Border, our landscape architect. I know I'm stating the obvious. We're in unprecedented times. We know the economy is in shambles, and frankly, no one can predict how, when, or even if we will return to normal. So projects such as IMT's offer hope and progress to fill a community need for housing. IMT is offering to make a huge investment in Thousand Oaks. It not only brings a long-term solution to part of our housing shortage, but it also brings essential construction jobs and new resident customers to existing businesses that will be struggling to rebuild as we recover from the current crisis. As you know, this property was once hosted as an all-retail development with Kmart as the anchor and the inline stores. This property must and will be improved. However, we're absolutely confident that retail development of the size and scale of this project this property provides is not viable, considering how quickly the retail landscape has changed over the last several years and further cemented by the coronavirus impact, decimating the retail environment. In recognition of the changing retail environment, this property was unanimously supported by the council when identified as an opportunity site in the city's economic development strategic plan. There are a few sites in town that can accommodate high-quality residences that do not intrude on our single-family residential neighborhoods. This 12-acre property can openly site this proposed new development that is fully expected to comply with the city's development standards and policies. Cleanup of this property has been a long time coming. Kmart closed in 2004. The other inline stores were soon followed. We must ask ourselves, why has it taken so long to redevelop? We know that Home Depot's effort was not met or welcomed by the community. There's major uncertainty that uses allowed in the C1 zone are viable today and even needed in our community. And the current zoning does not allow for residential or mixed-use development. There's extraordinary grading costs to lower this site, to orient it to Hampshire Road. We know traffic mitigation and other CEQA environmental quality act mitigation measures will add cost. The high land cost, we've got to provide state-required affordable housing. The city fees, the high-quality design and development standards the city demands, and of course, satisfying the general plan goals and policies, all have made that a challenge. We have a new property owner willing to redevelop this property, who's willing to tackle all of these complex issues. We need your blessing to change the general plan and the zoning to allow for mixed use, which will significantly improve the look and feel of the area while bringing the type of housing that our business community is desperately asking for to remain competitive. Existing uses in this area are an eclectic mix of the Edison Yard, apartment complexes, the daycare, service stations, etc. Multifamily housing with a small amount of convenience retail is uniquely compatible. And let's talk about the public benefits this project will deliver. Beautification of a primary entry gateway to the Westlake Village portion of Thousand Oaks. Removal of abandoned buildings starkly visible to the public. And a significant contribution of 50 affordable units that assist the city to meet its RHNA requirements. Originally, In our application, we offered 32 affordable units in the context of the state density bonus law. But based on feedback from the city and community to provide more community benefit, we have committed to provide 50 affordable units. Also, 25% of this property, or almost 3 acres, is publicly accessible open space with a public dog park, public pocket parks, and public walking paths throughout the property that connect from Hampshire at the northeast corner to Foothill at the southwest corner of the property. And there's an additional 1.6 acres committed to private open space use by the future residents of this development. And there will be a multitude of amenities for the residents that will live here. Public safety via eyes on the street with security will be provided. And convenience retail will be available to the entire neighborhood within walking distance. We've done significant community outreach with Mustang Marketing. They've held Zoom meetings with the neighborhood to the west, interface with residents in village homes, many calls and meetings with the business community. And outreach will continue all the way through this process to ensure the residents and the business community are involved and their feedback is heard. A lot of time and effort went into this pre-screen submittal and process to ensure a project of the highest quality is presented to you. As you know, the purpose of this pre-screen is threefold. Number one, provide you and the community a snapshot of the project. We know that this project will change as it goes through the community and the typical review process. Two, for the community and you to get a flavor of the quality of the design and architecture. You've seen that, and you'll hear more. And three, establish that the proposed project meets the pre-screen criteria. We believe this project clearly fulfills all of the identified pre-screen criteria in addition to articulated city objectives. High-quality rental housing is needed to address the state's housing shortage and provide homes for the employees of the businesses that are here now and want to expand and those that want to locate here. And the property is well suited for the residential use as it is surrounded by a mix of housing types. We believe this project design is of the highest quality and will set the bar for future housing projects. And the community benefits are simply overwhelming. 50 affordable units, cleanup of a blighted gateway property, publicly available amenities such as a new dog park, pocket park, and walking paths throughout. Tonight, we're asking you to make a provisional decision that allows you to make a final decision at some point far down the road. We are excited about this project and we hope you are too. As you heard, your review process, including staff review, environmental review, and public hearings, provides multiple opportunities for public participation and input. IMT will be flexible and only asks that you give us a chance to design and develop a project that will have the community's indelible imprint on. We look forward to continued collaboration with the city staff and the community on this. We understand that in doing so, there's no current or future commitment being given. And with that understanding, we ask that you provisionally set aside 353 measure units, initiate the general plan amendment, and approve concurrent processing. Now I'm going to hand it over to Keith McCloskey, our project architect.
Hi, good evening, City Council members and Mayor. Wanted to start with the site plan slide 10, if we could. So I wanted to give a little bit of background in terms of the conversation of design here on the Hampshire site and give some history to it as well. So back in 2018, in the fall, we got together with IMT and started talking about getting the project initiated. And we began initial conversations with city staff to discuss really the appropriate land uses and vision for what this site really wanted to have on it in terms of programming and what type of design it called for. So at that time, we talked about the idea of this site changing from completely residential to mixed use project. The idea of commercial came in at that point, and we got to the drawing board. And at that point, we started looking at a way we could accommodate all of the things that we felt that this site needed to make it a cohesive neighborhood. That being ground floor serving retail that would both service the surrounding neighborhood as well as the residents, and a series of market rate and affordable units. And we've got two mixed use buildings, buildings A and B along Hampshire. And those buildings consist of ground floor retail at 15,000 feet, and liner units on the ground floor, and 3 levels of apartments above. And the site is made up to the west of a series of townhome buildings that offer 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom apartments for diversity of unit types. Rather than having just all large apartment buildings, we felt it was important to have diversity and diversity in unit types as well. So we envisioned those being townhomes that would accommodate larger families and families that maybe aren't quite ready to take on home ownership, but need the space, need the access to amenities that maybe single home living doesn't provide, but a little bit more space than apartments provide. So we put together a site plan that we felt addressed these needs of bringing in the affordable units, bringing in a series of open spaces, which really become connecting elements. So the park on the south side of the site along Foothill is a 0.4 acre park that we've set aside as a combination resident and neighborhood park, as well as a pet amenity or dog park area. And in addition to that, we've provided a series of open space elements at a variety of locations on site that allow for interconnectivity and linkages through the community and through the project. So the whole project's envisioned as one cohesive site that's really tied to the community on all of its edges. There's no private gating. It's all open and accessible to the public. And in terms of all these open space elements, the paseos, the parks, these are not just for residents, but these are meant to be public spaces as well. On the next slide, slide 11, what we wanted to present on this slide is really a total of all of the public open space that we have on the project. And so the project in total, if you add up all the publicly accessible open space, the common shared resident amenity open space and private open space, is over 4 acres total of open space. And all the green areas highlighted here represent a variety of different programmed uses, which we'd be happy to elaborate on. But everything from resident-focused amenities and outdoor swimming pool, club room, landscaped courtyards on the podium decks, as well as some sky terraces, and then, of course, the on-grade public accessible open space. If we go to the next slide, slide 12, this gives you a glimpse at our original concept for what we envision this architecture to be. And this is a view along Hampshire Boulevard, Hampshire Road. We've got the ground floor retail pictured here at the corner at the bottom left of the building. As you can see, the ground floor is anchored with masonry, giving it really a Main Street kind of feel in terms of the storefronts, the transparency and glass. This is all there in an effort to hide and mask all the parking. One thing that's of particular interest of the project is the fact that all of the parking for these mixed-use buildings is internal. It's concealed by either amenities, retail spaces, leasing lobbies, or on the backs of the building, residential units. So the buildings are completely lined, contain the parking within them, and that allows us to keep all of the surface areas of the site free for really all open space elements, which makes it great for pedestrian connectivity. We can go to the next slide, 13. This gives you a vantage point of looking up from Hampshire up into the project. And this corner piece, this is really the entry gateway into the project and where the retail element would essentially anchor it. And the site has a lot of grade change from front to back. Hampshire up to the west side, slopes about 15 feet. And in doing that, we've tried to nestle the building into the site. And so even though the building is 4 stories, it starts, at 3 and it steps back to 4 here from the corner. And we've tried to make the building terrace along with the land, and that's really an important aspect of the design. On the next slide, this is a glimpse from inside the project. Walking up the main entry road, you get a feel of what that 113 feet feels like. And while the frontage building to building has an opening of 113 feet, wider than Hampshire itself, most of that is made up by non-road elements. So The road itself is 30 feet, but the balance of that's made up of public plaza spaces, opportunities for outdoor dining, landscape planters, benches. It's very flexible in the way that it can be used as circulation zones, seating areas, things like that. But it's really meant to be pedestrian oriented, with most of that space set aside for pedestrian activity. On the next slide, this gives you the flavor of internal to the site, in between buildings, how we imagine the connectivity happening. So this is a link from in between the mixed-use building on the right and the townhomes on the left, landscape pathways leading to the open space elements. And on the next slide, you can see one of the destination spots here on the south side at Foothill. The paths connect out to the Foothill sidewalks to this park space, which we'd be happy to elaborate on if there's more questions, but this is, again, another public open space that's really set aside to become a focal point for not just residents, but for the actual neighborhood or city at large.
Mr. McCloskey, your time is up, sir.
Okay.
But stand ready for questions from council members. And do we have questions for the applicant?
I do have questions, but I prefer to, has it been 15 minutes already?
Yes, it has.
Oh, okay. Are there more speakers other than Mr. McCloskey?
Not for the applicant, no.
Ah,
But now is your chance to question the applicant if you choose.
okay, I will then, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Do you have an image, a rendering that shows your proposal from the 101 freeway going west or north?
No, we have not created that image yet, but it's something that could be done to help demonstrate the visibility of the building. We have looked at that view. We would see glimpses of our building behind the gas station that's between the 101 freeway and our building beyond. But it does terrace into the hillside. You'd see the hills above it. You'd see the foreground of the Hampshire Road foreground elements, as well as any commercial buildings that are closer to the freeway.
Yeah, I would imagine this is a very prominent gateway to the city of Thousand Oaks and the Westlake Village portion of the city of Thousand Oaks. So at the moment, we do see the rolling hills of our precious open space, and I fear that the height of the proposed buildings will actually cover those rolling hills or a large portion of them.
Yeah, we don't imagine that it's going to obscure the hills beyond. We have some views that we have set aside that we could share tonight that basically demonstrate the view from Foothill up above, looking out where the hills on the east side are visible. You can even see on the main entry view shot that we can go back to. In that slide, you see through that 150-foot entry road, in between the retail, looking up towards the west of the project, the hills beyond. And we've intentionally tried to, from a pedestrian standpoint down at grade, try and open up a large view corridor specifically to that. But the general grading on the site and its topography, as it's located throughout this portion of the block, really lends itself to a building that can be sunk down in the hillside, in that we have a 21-foot existing retaining wall in the back that's been there as part of the Kmart site. So the buildings that are back there would basically be about 34 feet tall. And so they're only about 10 to 15 feet above the retaining wall at any time. So we're not talking about 4 stories above that, but really about 1 story above that retaining wall.
Can you go to the slide that shows an elevation? I want to say maybe Foothill, I'm not quite sure. It's a rendering, it's not a photograph, but a rendering of is it the condos? I'm not certain. No, it's the other one. It's not a computer image. It's an elevation that shows just the apartments. It wasn't Mr. Town's presentation. Not sure if it is I thought I saw it in yours as well.
Of the proposed project or of the existing?
Project, yes. It's a typical mixed use elevation or something like that. Yeah, that one, elevations. From which view what view is that?
That's the east elevation along Hampshire.
Oh, it is along Hampshire.
Yes.
And then to the left would that be Foothill or what is that?
That's the main entry drive into the project. So this is building A, and then immediately to the left of that where the building stops and you see the landscaping and trees beyond, that's the main entry road.
So I'm looking at this, and directly across from this, is that the Chase Bank?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I know I've asked this question during our meeting last week. Why did you choose this particular architecture, which in my opinion is really not in keeping with the feel and charm of Thousand Oaks?
Yeah, the architecture for this project was developed in conjunction with staff in terms of, we typically start with a massing and we look at where we can best allocate the project units to create a massing that provides smaller scale, more pedestrian building to it. So the architecture here creates that one-story retail base to it at the corner. And then we step up to 2 levels of residential units. And really with this type of architecture, what we're trying to do is offer an architectural language that's really speaking to what's happening on the interior of the building. So in this case, where we've got retail, commercial, or amenity uses on the ground floor, it's all about being transparent, open, welcoming, high visibility, connectivity to these surrounding sidewalks, which are not only external to the site, but internal to the site as well. And then on the residential units, while there's a good bit of housing stock throughout the city of Thousand Oaks, there's not a lot of new construction. And this building is really looking forward towards high technology, high security, very highly amenitized units that are going to be able to serve the rental community. And I think some of those people that have been talked about earlier in terms of the demographic that are looking to live here, looking for a modern building which offers all of those things, as well as lots of daylighting. And so larger windows, all of those elements start to define the look of the building. The other reason why it's a flat roof building, which comes across as more modern, is because we were very sensitive to the height and we wanted to make sure that we're not adding, say, an additional 12-story to get a sloped roof on there, which could start encroaching a little bit into the view shed. So it was really important for us to try and set the building down as low into the site as possible and keep the roofs as low profile as possible. So some of those decisions about programming the character and feel of the building, that we want to attract the right type of resident to the project, were important, and the roof line and building height were also important. And so some of the other aspects of the design are about integration of materials such as brick or stone at the base, the large glazing that I mentioned, and a variety of window types with detailing, whether it's accent panels below or above the window head, to break down the scale of the project. All those elements start to create a style because of the specific purpose that they have. And yeah, I think the building does tend to look a little bit fresh, but in terms of it maybe more modern than some of the other structures in Thousand Oaks, but I think it's a good thing. I think it's starting to move the conversation of architecture within the city of Thousand Oaks forward in terms of responding to what the residents need or are potentially looking for in new housing typologies.
Might I also add that, these are going to be LEED certified buildings, and those require some more modern type techniques to satisfy those requirements.
Thank you for explaining that. The reason I mention architecture is, again, this is a very prominent gateway to the city of Thousand Oaks. It will be highly visible, unlike the 299 Thousand Oaks Boulevard project, which you, Mr. McCloskey, also created as the architect. That particular project is really surrounded and enveloped by other buildings, and you don't really see the entirety of 299. However, with this particular proposal, you see it all around, 360 degrees. It's really pretty much open all around, highly, highly visible, very prominent, and the architecture really does not blend in with what we are used to seeing in Thousand Oaks, which is not to say tired. You can be contemporary with classic design. It doesn't have to be futuristic design or very, very modern design, such as this one. So you look at the neighborhood, and the only building that is modern is the Ferrari dealership, and that's because it is an auto dealership. Everything else has a much softer, much warmer tone, and is only at 35 feet and no higher than 35 feet. So my primary concern, as I have mentioned in February, as I have mentioned last week, is the height and the massing of the buildings. And I'm asking you tonight if you can actually work with buildings that are within the 35-foot limit for building height.
I'd say at this point, we've proposed the project that has the right number of units that we think take advantage of the size of 11 acres that this site has. And yeah, there is a density bonus that's being proposed as part of the affordable units being included in the project as a community benefit. So as the state density bonus typically suggests for these types of projects, we've looked to take advantage of that height increase with that. But we're certainly not, closed to the idea of looking at reducing the impact of height. We're open to relooking at, how the building height is shown in terms of where the massing is allocated, I think is important. We can continue to refine that and work with staff on technical documents and different views that help show the building from different vantage points. So it's certainly a work in progress, but we're open to further studying this as we move forward. And I think one thing that is really important to understand in terms of the existing site topography is that if we were to measure the height of the single-story big box that's there right now from the front of Hampshire, it's about a 40-foot tall building. And so we're not proposing to go much higher than what's there right now, but what we are doing is we're pulling it forward. So they've got, I think, a 22-foot building with about 15 to 17 feet of grade change. And we're basically going a few feet above that in terms of our maximum height, but we're pulling forward. And so what it creates is a building that's terraced back, and we've kind of shown the numbers as a worst case scenario, but in no point would we ever have a 54-foot tall building facade on it. The building terraces back, as you can see in the renderings, where it might be 22 feet, stepping back 10 feet, going up another 2 stories, stepping back another 30 feet in some locations. So, while by the numbers, we've tried to share, where we are in terms of the maximum height, the way that the code defines it. I think the reality of the massing is a really different story in terms of one that's thoughtfully articulated in terms of the building step backs and kind of the variety of plane changes that keep pushing architecture back. So it's never necessarily over 50 feet at any given point.
Can I jump in real quick? Mayor Pro Tem Billy La Peña, this is Tom Cohen. We're taking copious notes of all your comments and concerns, and you're making good points. We want to let you know that everything is on the table for discussion once we get past this pre-screen hearing, so that we can study this and get back to you and talk further with the community about what everybody wants, what everybody needs, and working within the confines of IMT's wants and desires as well. But we're going to work with you.
Mr. Cohen, was it you or was it Mr. McCloskey who mentioned that you reached out to Village Homes residents? Who was that?
Well,
and it's really, no, go ahead, because I actually received so many emails from residents in that neighborhood, more than I thought I would receive. I I posted on social media for feedback as I swallowed my pride and posted on Nextdoor because I don't like what I read very often, what I read on Nextdoor. Nonetheless, I did it because I thought the community needed to be informed. And much to my surprise, the responses were measured. They were really measured. So I reached out on social media, and the feedback is not very favorable, not on Facebook, not on Nextdoor, and not in the emails so far. So I'm wondering, when you said you did reach out to Village Homes, because feedback I'm getting is not positive.
I apologize for interrupting. We have been in contact with residents that have reached out to us that we know that live in Village Homes. We haven't had a formal meeting with Village Homes, the association, and we will certainly be doing that and setting up opportunities for charrettes and those kinds of things to talk further about it. But you know, the community is concerned. They want to be a part of this process, and they will be a part of this process. So I can assure you that.
The number one concern is traffic, and equally, number one would be the building height. The building height off of Hampshire Road, even though it's stepped back, it's nonetheless almost 54 feet, and it is pretty imposing. It truly is. So that is why I was letting you know that a project of this prominence really should be kept at 35 feet in height.
Thank you for your thoughts, and we've heard that. And again, in many ways, we've got to go back to the drawing board to study some of these things. When I say go back to the drawing board, I don't mean start over, but work with what we have and study these points that you're bringing out. And but we need to, before we can do that, we need to get through this process this evening, which is really, this process is working. It's a pre-screen. You're giving us feedback. If there's enough merit to move this thing forward, which we believe there is, then we will take your points to heart and evaluate it.
Okay.
So
I don't have any.
You mentioned building height. Traffic will be, that's the number one thing we've heard, and that will be a city-directed study. And we will be awaiting the results, and we know that we will have some responsibilities in terms of mitigating impacts, not just traffic, but others. But traffic is obviously the biggest issue that we've heard.
Indeed.
All right.
Here, this is Councilman Engler.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My fellow council members, we have a large amount of speakers this evening. So if you please take that into consideration with your questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, could I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly. Go ahead, Councilmember Jones.
Yes. I've been quiet for 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is very unusual for me.
That's a record for you.
The record. I'd like to ask I guess I'm right in the light here or something. I'd like to ask Mr. McCloskey, I guess it is, if he's really, how crucial is the retail to you, or the project?
Can I answer that, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
It's Tom Cohen. The retail, we know, is a big question mark. But we also know that this will not be a retail site ever again as it's composed today. But we don't want to dismiss it altogether. The retail that is being proposed, we call it convenience retail for those serving the immediate neighborhood, including our project, but also those around us. But we're not beholden to it. It's in terms of the mix and the square footage, we've got to be realistic. So we prefer to put this issue on hold while we watch what happens in the marketplace. And if we think there's merit to presenting what we have today versus something less or none at all. We'd like to have the opportunity to come back to you and discuss that. It's a moving target right now. Retail is very much up in the air, as all of you know.
Well, I'm concerned about that, and I'm also concerned about the number of cars this would produce with the, I think it is 459 units. That seems awfully dense. It seems when Councilman Engler asked you about the ratio of square feet to units of the property directly to the south, it was only about 1/3, I think, if I got it right, of the density that you're proposing. So I'm concerned about that. And if the retail were eliminated, could the cars or the spaces that you are making available for the retail, could that be just applied to the housing, so you'd have more than 1.5 parking places for each unit?
I'm not sure I follow the question, but I do want to respond to a couple things that you said.
Let me repeat the question, Meet. As I understand it, the number of units that you're asking is 459, right?
Correct.
And you're asking car spaces that are 1.5 times that.
Correct.
Okay. If you were to eliminate the retail, would you allow those spaces that you're allowing for retail to be applied to the dwelling units so that you would have closer to 2 spaces per unit? Is that clear? Or?
Yeah. And I'll ask Keith to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to weigh in, Tom and Councilmember Jones. The short answer is yes. We could eliminate retail, keep the same number of parking spaces that the project currently has, but allow the residents to use those spaces, allocate them towards residential parking. Currently, we've got 733 parking spaces for the residential, and then we've got another 60 for the retail. So yeah, we could provide all 793 as all residential parking. The other thing is that in addition to allowing more parking for residents on site, we would reduce the number of trips generated in and out of the site. That's something that, we could potentially study both scenarios in the traffic study. Traffic as an all residential project, traffic as a mixed use project. Again, the reason why we feel like the small amount of retail makes sense to include is because it really creates that neighborhood placemaking where you've got people that are living there. We've got co-working spaces as part of our amenity where they can work from home. And then they've got retail where they have got the convenience of not only the nearby retail, but on-site retail, whether it's a small cafe or something that people can go down and socialize. So all the things that we're trying to do by bringing the retail on the site, even though we think it's relatively small, start to encourage walkability, and it starts to reduce trip traffic. And we understand that trip traffic and just traffic in general in the area and near this site is a concern. And so we feel like having some of this starts to offset that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all my questions.
All right, very good. Councilmember Engler?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Really, just to tag along, I think more with my colleagues, you are here to get feedback, and believe me, we've gotten quite a bit of feedback on this so far. One of my correspondents referred to the look of the building as more Playa Vista than Westlake Thousand Oaks. So how married are you to this design? Is it part of the core to your marketing, or can it be adjusted more to be in line with our current architecture in the area?
Well, the short answer is that we're not married to anything specific in the design at this point. I think maybe some of the similarities to Playa Vista that are being brought up here might be partially related to the site planning. You know, there's projects within various phases of Playa Vista that are very similar to this in terms of creating the mixed-use community, having recreational centers, retail spaces, restaurants, housing, all on top of one another that creates a nice walkable community. And in doing that, all these elements get set up in terms of the layers of the pedestrian walkways, the paseos. All of these things create an aesthetic. If we're talking specifically to, you know, the color of the stone or things like that, whether we do red brick, sand-colored brick, we're more than happy to, you know, do focus groups or whatever type of format to include neighborhood feedback in the design. But first, we want to start with good planning concepts, and in the architecture, we want to start with good massing that provides articulation, relief, and I think what community development at Thousand Oaks would consider good design, and how we dress that up with character details of different theming or styles is really the last layer of that, and we're more than happy to work with city council, staff, and the neighborhood groups to really identify what everybody collectively feels is the right style for this site. Because I think we probably have a lot of different opinions in terms of everybody within the city. I know that in our discussions with staff and kind of getting to the point where we are today, it was received very favorably for different reasons, and different folks react to architecture differently. But yeah, we're more than happy to consider refining and narrowing down the correct style that this building really belongs at.
One other quick question on parking. Councilmember Bill de la Pena mentioned people doubling up in the apartments and things like that and increasing the need for parking. Right now, documents we had you at about 1.4, 1.5 per apartment. Is there some way to increase that amount so we don't get spillover into the neighborhood with parking?
Yeah, there's certainly creative ways to squeeze in additional parking on the site. You know, I think we're following both the City of Thousand Oaks parking numbers and density bonus parking that's in the state law in terms of the ratios. But, you know, at the end of the day, if it's not the right mix for the resident that's coming and the amount of cars that everyone feels will be on this site, then there's ways that we can grow the garage and gain more parking spaces. So certainly something that's in the works or could be resolved fairly easily.
Councilman
yeah.
Engler, it's Tom Cohen. It's vitally important to IMT to make sure they have sufficient parking for their residents. And in terms of concern about doubling up, they own and manage many thousands of units throughout the country, and they have very strong lease terms that prevent that kind of thing from happening. But we understand that guests come, and so our number one priority in terms of parking is to make sure there is no spillover into the adjacent streets and neighborhoods. So you can be sure that that this issue will be addressed to your satisfaction.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Engler. And thus the purpose of a pre-screen. The applicant, I know, is listening intently, or I hope they are, to what my fellow council members have to say about this project, and to have that all taken into due consideration as the project potentially moves along.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Jones.
Could we have a 5-minute break before the other?
Well, I'm about to call for that. Let me just finish up a few little details here, and we will have just that. So, we have at least 46 speakers that I'm aware of, and we are going to open up our phone lines for call-in speakers as well. I think you'll see the phone number appear on the screen here in just a moment. But the phone number for call-ins is 805, here we are, 449-2151. So please feel free to call in, and staff will put you in a queue. And I am going to call a 5-minute recess so that can happen, and then we'll come back with public comments. 5-minute recess. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started here. Hope everybody is refreshed because we have quite a few speakers here. Okay, 38. All right. And there may be some call-ins at the end, but let's just get started. That's the best. So let us go first to Amy Cummins. And please, I'll ask the speakers, state your name and city of residence, and we'll be just a moment here. Amy's going to come to us via video. And we're good to go. Amy, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Adam and honorable council members. My name is Amy Cummins. I reside in Oak Park, and I am pleased and proud to honor, or rather represent, Los Robles Health System tonight as Vice President, Community, Employer, and Government Relations. I trust this finds you all well and healthy. Thank you for all that you are doing to help communicate and encourage health precautions and safety for the residents of our community during these unprecedented times. I am honored to join you tonight representing the fine men and women of Los Robles Health System, our 4 campuses in the Kaneho Valley employing over 1,700 staff members. Our hospital needs affordable housing for our essential workers. I like to refer to them as the heart of the house at Los Robles. These employees do not come to mind initially when you think of our hospital staff. However, during this pandemic time, unprecedented and surreal time in our nation, they are truly some of the most important. And I'm referring to addressing the house needs of our entire Los Robles workforce, particularly those that are typically invisible to the public, highlighted by the news, but perform extremely important work and are at the lower end of the scale, such as housekeepers who keep the hospital clean and sanitary for our patients and community, our food service workers who prepare and serve healthy meals for our patients and our staff, our engineers and facilities maintenance crew working 24/7 to keep the hospital safe and in top performance mode for every man, woman, and child that we care for. Los Robles is very proud to be the only consistent hospital in all of Ventura County to be rated A for quality outcomes by the third-party Leapfrog group. Los Robles compensates our nurses and technicians well, but they still report in the hiring process that there is no affordable housing in the local vicinity. I hear this only too often from entry-level positions within our local employers as a part of my responsibilities and communications, employer, and government relations.
Amy, thank you very much. I want to reiterate, because of the number of speakers that we have, we're at 2 minutes each. And again, I ask you to please state your name and city of residence. Next up, Sean Moradian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Sean Moradian. I'm a lifelong resident of Thousand Oaks and the president of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association, here on behalf of the association this evening to support this project. First off, allow me to say that this is the first time in the association's history that we've taken a position on a project outside the specific plan boundaries. Additionally, none of the TOBA members and or board have any financial interest in this project whatsoever. With that said, the applicant did perform an outreach to our organization. We have reviewed the project and find that it is the highest and best use for this site. It's sat vacant for nearly 15 years. There's superior design and attention to detail with amenities and open space. It removes surplus big box vacant retail that we don't need. It provides an open flow between buildings without massing and pedestrian connectivity. Provides much needed housing for our workforce, young families, millennials, and our biotech associates that we're trying to attract. Arguably, in addition to the affordable units, one could say that nearly 60% of the project site could be viewed as affordable because of its allocation to studios and 1-bedroom units. Our community lacks this type of housing. Respectfully, the project is within walking distance Thousand Oaks Boulevard shops and restaurants. Additionally, the applicant is an experienced operator of products within Thousand Oaks. They know the market and they have a proven track record to execute. We strongly support the applicant's request and ask the council to allow them with formal processing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Moradian. Chuck Leck.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chuck Leck. I am and have been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 42 years. Tonight I speak as a private citizen. I speak in favor of this project. This type of project will provide much needed housing for singles and couples who may only need a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, in addition to older singles and couples that are looking to downsize, both housing units that we sorely need. But there's another reason why this project could be beneficial to our city. Traffic. Increased traffic is usually brought up by those against a project as a reason not to build. But I think if we look at the bigger picture, this project could actually be beneficial to our 101 traffic problems. For much of my career, I traveled to various areas in Los Angeles, including downtown LA, Santa Monica, and even Santa Fe Springs. LA traffic got worse the closer you got to downtown, and the evening traffic coming out of downtown was horrible. But things have changed. For the past 7 years, I've been driving to West Hills, helping transport our 3 grandchildren to and from Chaminade High School. The morning drive to West Hills is usually a little over 20 minutes. However, the evening drive to West Hills to pick them up is now an hour or more. We've built very few homes over the past 12 years. Why has traffic gotten so bad? We do not have enough housing available, the right type of housing, for the people that work here or want to live here, forcing them to commute. Adding this project with 700 parking spaces would essentially remove 700 cars from the 101 during both the morning and the evening commutes. Of course, there will be modifications. There'll have to be to traffic flow on Hampshire Road, but that is something that is in our control, something.
Thank you very much. Michael Stith is next.
Hello, City Council. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Michael Stith, and I live in Thousand Oaks. I'm here to pose an alternative for the use of the old Kmart property. Many of you know that the homeless population has been given motel rooms to stay in temporarily. Also, an animal adoption boom has spread throughout the country. While this is wonderful, it is not a sustainable solution. Motels will need to get back to their businesses, and there are still many animals that have not been chosen. My proposition for the property is a homeless shelter with a place to care for the unwanted animals. I understand that the building is not in the best current condition, as it has been sitting vacant for many years. Instead of building housing to bring more people to our city, it should be used to care for the citizens that are already here. The homeless population is often overlooked. If it was not for the coronavirus, they would still be passed over. My family and I have created a nonprofit called the Matthew Project. It is our goal to support those in need. There are people all over the world in need of help, but I feel that we should care for our nearest neighbors to strengthen our community. If our community is strong, then more help can be spread. The building has been sitting unoccupied for over a decade. It's been waiting for a purpose. What better purpose than to help the community that once filled it? My family and I have many plans to help wherever the chance presents itself. We cannot do it alone. I have read many of the comments opposing the renovation of the site. Their concerns are the traffic it would bring and the disturbance to the community. The Matthew Project would like to work with the surrounding community. We would have high standards of how we would run to retain the standards that Thousand Oaks is accustomed to. While understanding that current zoning laws may still need to be adjusted, we would like you to consider this potential use of the property when making your decisions. Our nonprofit would like to, if given the chance, look into getting donations and grants to transform the property for this purpose. Because of the location and lack of residential parking, we feel we could put to use the property as is for the most part with minimal disruption to the surrounding homes, businesses, and extended community. Thank you for your time and consideration of my proposal.
Good job, Michael. Thank you. Jackson Piper.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Bill De La Pena, Councilmember Engler, and Councilmember Jones. I'm here as a resident of unincorporated Ventura County, but a frequent visitor to Thousand Oaks. It's basically my home city, and I want to see it continue to grow and develop in a good way for the community. I'm also a co-founder for the group Ventura County YIMBY, which is founded to advocate for more housing development in Ventura County that benefits the communities as a whole. I'm asking you to support this project and to support the allocation of the units to this project tonight, because this is an opportunity to bring something that Thousand Oaks has not yet had really much development of, which is a very small scale but dense mixed-use development, but one that's going to put 459 roofs over the heads of families and individuals that want to live here in Thousand Oaks, and in many cases already do, but want a more permanent place to live. I'd like to ask you to consider that the height, it is beyond the 35 feet that normally is allowed in Thousand Oaks, is not a serious problem. It's really only 19 feet beyond that. Furthermore, the height limit seems kind of arbitrary at this point, because it will create an artificial cap on the amount of housing that can be created. We'd like you to consider that we need complete neighborhoods in this community, not just suburban tracts, not just apartment complex clusters. We need full neighborhoods with their own walkable space, markets that are easy to access, shops. We need a rethink of how.
Thank you, Mr. Piper.
Created in
Thank you, sir. John Love.
Good evening, Mayor Adam and honorable council members and staff. My name is John Love. I'm a resident of Oak Park. I'm speaking tonight as a representative of Chappelle Properties. Chappelle owns and manages and develops commercial shopping centers, other commercial projects, and multifamily or apartment projects. We don't have any economic interest in this project. We do have a long history of working in Thousand Oaks. Chappelle built a number of homes, hundreds of homes in Thousand Oaks, currently owns and operates about approximately 500 apartments in Thousand Oaks, and we have a pending application with the city for a 15 building, approximately 750,000 square foot commercial project up in the Rancho Kaneho area of Thousand Oaks. On a personal note, in 1975, my family moved to Thousand Oaks, and I lived there for the next 12 years, graduating from Westlake High School, and moved back to the Kaneho Valley about 10 years ago. So I have a long history and appreciation of the city. This particular site I've known for a long time. So I'm here to speak on support of the city's consideration of the redevelopment of the site. And I think it's much needed, would be a much needed upgrade. And specifically with regard to what we're looking to accomplish, which is to bringing employers to the city of Thousand Oaks. I think the provision of housing is an important amenity, no different than parks, open space, trails, and so forth, schools. And so provision of housing, I think, is an important way to attract employers, keep employers, and notwithstanding the COVID environment, provide an ability for employers to have employees close by. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Angie Simpson.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. I don't know if you can see me, but I've had like the typical day in the life of a working mom here in my home office with needing a computer cord and this presentation complete with a cat. So hope everybody's doing well. Wanted to say that my husband and I have lived here in Village Homes for almost 20 years now, and we remember going on dates before we were married over in the little Italian dive restaurant at the Kmart site. And we had to shop at that Kmart for many years to buy our kids clothes and things because that was all that we could afford, even being here as Village Homes residents. So we have been really disappointed over the years with seeing the dilapidated site because as two working parents, we put everything we had into buying our home in this nice community and loving all the amenities that Village Homes has to offer, as well as Westlake Village. So we understand the types of people because we are those people who would need a kind of transitional housing, low to moderate income housing, because we, as recent college graduates, also lived in big complexes, and it was actually a lot of fun. So thinking about who we could help by flexing and being tolerant of considering a new vision for that piece of land, I think would be beneficial to not just, low and oppressed kind of like income types that are just fresh out of college trying to figure out what's this new COVID world going to look like, because none of us really know. But as biotech professionals now in our mid-career, we are being told that we should be considering working from home for the unforeseeable future, which is quite a long time. So for me, when I'm thinking about what would be great, it would be a walkable community. We've talked about that a lot. We would like to have the mixed use because we can potentially get groceries in another location or pick up a fun meal. Hopefully someday we could get back to exercise. Maybe even a yoga studio could go in there. I love our
Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
power. So
Thank you very much. Adam Haverstock.
Hello, Mayor Adam and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am Adam Haverstock, Director of Government Affairs and Tourism at the Greater Kaneho Valley Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to discuss some of the subjective arguments that you were likely to hear from speakers tonight against this pre-approval. Some speakers will present arguments related to being against growth in the city. Statements like, when I moved to Thousand Oaks, it was a small town. I wanted to stay that way. I don't want it to become the San Fernando Valley. Or, I like the idea of Thousand Oaks growing, but not at this specific site on Hampshire Road, not next to my house, the kind of NIMBY argument. Some of the comments will be made stating environmental concerns, things like there are trees or plants in this property that need to be protected. As you know, the city has ordinances to protect certain trees. In fact, the city requires developers to plant new trees at a higher number in better locations if they are removed. And then this doesn't fit the nearby neighborhood, density should be put elsewhere, also kind of a NIMBY argument. I wanted to make 2 points that I think you will find make all of those subjective comments not really relevant to this discussion. Number one, the state of California has a housing crisis. The state legislature officially declared it so last year in Senate Bill 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. The governor has stated that California needs 3.5 million new homes in the next 7 years, and Thousand Oaks, like all cities, has regional housing targets it must hit. Some cities are being sued by the governor for not hitting their housing targets. Number two, the rules by which residential development may be reviewed has changed because of Senate Bill 330. As of January 1st, 2020, you may not use subjective criteria, like the stuff I mentioned earlier, as reasons to deny a housing project. You may only consider whether an applicant has met the predetermined objective criteria provided by the city's development process and code. If the applicant has met such criteria, you're obligated to approve a project. Thank you for your time. Please pre-approve this important project for Thousand Oaks.
Thank you, Mr. Haverstock. Danielle Borgia.
Good evening, Mayor Adam and members of the City Council. My name is Danielle Borgia. I reside in the unincorporated area of Thousand Oaks, but I speak before you tonight as the President and CEO of the Greater Kaneho Valley Chamber of Commerce. We are an association of over 900 businesses in the communities of Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, and Agora Hills. The executive committee of our chamber has reviewed the proposal for 325 Hampshire Road and would like to express our support for this vibrant mixed-use project. It will provide much-needed workforce housing for young professionals and young families in our community and will allow our major employers to recruit and retain the young talent we need to make our community thrive. Obviously, this project is not happening in a vacuum. The coronavirus and, more importantly, the government's response to close our local economy is going to have a long-term impact on our community. Projects like this one will create hundreds of good-paying jobs during the construction phase, and the end result will not only be much-needed housing, but it will also create a new pedestrian-friendly feel to Hampshire Road. The small amount of retail in the development will give residents a walkable access to on-site commercial uses, as well as commercial uses located close proximity on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. On behalf of the Board of Directors and our 900 members, I urge you to support this project's pre-approval this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borgia. Cindy Goldberg.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cindy Goldberg, and I am a resident of Thousand Oaks. I want to make it very clear this evening that I'm here as a private citizen, as the Board of Education has not taken any official stance on this project, nor do I expect we ever would. And I'm not here to speak to the details of this plan. I trust the four of you to decide the details that reflect and match our unique and beloved community. What I did want to speak to is the question of zoning change for the property. We can all agree that the old Kmart site is in need of development and has been for a very long time. Every potential project that has been bandied about before has been met less than favorably by proximate residents. It stands to reason that it would likely be more amenable to housing. Even more than that, we can all agree that the need for affordable housing is one of our greatest challenges as a community. Employers of all sizes continually stress this need as the #1 recruiting concern. In order to have a vibrant business community, we need to be able to attract workers who can afford to live here and to be part of the Kaneho. We are a community aging in place in more ways than one these days. In order to thrive and move forward, young families and entry-level professionals and workers need a place to start here in the Kaneho. No matter what this development looks like in the end, affordable housing is critical to our community's future. I'd like to thank you all for your leadership during this unprecedented time.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Steve Bertram.
Good evening. My name is Steve Bertram. I'm the Senior Vice President of HR for Atara Biotherapeutics. I recently moved to Camarillo, having lived the past 20 plus years in Newbury Park and Thousand Oaks. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the needs of the approximately 300 staff members that we have at Atara. The demographic of our workforce is made up of biologists, scientists, engineers, and young professionals predominantly. When I talk to our staff members, what I hear from them is that housing is quite challenging to penetrate in the Thousand Oaks area. I also hear from them that they'd like more entertainment options, and the city has certainly made some progress in these areas over the last few years and is continuing to develop with the Teal Boulevard and the Civic Art Plaza to shore that up. They also want the outdoor activities, and certainly that's an area that Thousand Oaks excels in, and it makes it a great place to live. When I look at the project before us, I'm really excited about it. I think it ticks a lot of the boxes, or checks a lot of the boxes. Number one, it provides housing for earlier in career professionals. It allows for a step-up option where they can come into the community and then move on to another housing. It also provides affordable housing, which is a critical need in the community. The mixed-use nature of this project actually bodes well for the entertainment aspect, and the walkability aspect of the project is very nice. And finally, just from an aesthetic perspective, I actually love the design of the building. I think it's very attractive for the demographic within my company, and I support what is there. Unfortunately, with our people, many of them have the choice. They can work in Thousand Oaks, but it's hard to live in Thousand Oaks. I think this project gives the opportunity for people to not only work here, but also to live here. I encourage the council to approve the application before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bertram. Cliff Kraust.
Sorry, looking for me?
It's Tom Mean.
Oh, all right. Tom Means.
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
Hey, Tom, sorry.
No problem at all. Hello, Council. My name is Tom Means. I am a Moore Park resident and a Thousand Oaks business owner, and I'm speaking to you tonight as both an individual and on behalf of PCH Benefits and Insurance Solutions, the Thousand Oaks business that I own. And I'm speaking to you to encourage you to adopt a resolution to change or consider or pre-approve the general plan, specifically a land use change to the site of the old Kmart. I grew up in Thousand Oaks. I shopped at the Kmart as a kid, and after college I came back and I lived in Thousand Oaks for over a decade, until just a couple of years ago when I had to move out of the area in order to have a single family home for my young family. Now, as a small business owner, only 30% of my team currently is able to live in Thousand Oaks. The other 70% have to live in surrounding cities like Camarillo, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Oxnard, or even outside of the county and commute to work. This project, in my opinion, is a step in the right direction, providing additional housing, especially affordable housing, for my employees and the employees of other local small businesses. I also happen to think this development will shine in aesthetic appeal, especially when viewed, especially compared to what it looks like now, even when viewed from the 101 freeway, for instance. And by providing more affordable and desirable housing, especially with the beautiful designs that have been presented, at least initially, it'll allow my team, especially my younger, less established employees, to cut down our commute times, reduce traffic in the area, and have a better work-life balance. It'll also allow for my company and others like it to be more appealing and to serve as a recruiting tool as an employer to my job applicants, which is difficult to get people to apply for jobs in this area, especially entry level. For those reasons, I urge you to allow the pre-screen process to proceed on the site of the old Kmart, allow that empty rundown building and the empty parking lots to be converted to a new beautiful development that will allow for more housing and for my workforce to live and work in the same area and for more tax revenue for the great city. I kindly thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you, Mr. Means. Now we'll go back to Cliff Kraust. No, we won't. We're going to move on to Bada Vucicic. Bada? No, we won't. We're going to move on to Fred Preby. Okay. We have a few dropouts here. Let's try Max Jenis. Max?
Yes, that's me.
There we go.
Great. Thank you, City Council members. My name is Max Genis. I'm with Ventura County INBI. And I live in Oxnard. I support the project. And I wanted to speak out about this project in particular because I think we all know the housing crisis is regional. And Oxnard is one of the most overcrowded communities in California. And that's been identified as a major risk factor for COVID infection. It's also just really uncomfortable for people who are having to self-isolate right now. And it's kind of a symptom of this housing shortage that we all have in the county. A lot of these preceded the crisis. They'll be long after the crisis if we don't fix it. So if we continue to have a housing shortage, people are going to have to commute long distances, have to pay high housing costs, and that's going to be even more economically challenging for a lot of people. I also have some friends in Thousand Oaks who are suffering from this directly, who have to pay pretty high sums living with their parents. Again, this was before the crisis. So I think this will help projects like this that convert commercial to residential or at least allow for the option, I think are exactly the right step forward. So I urge you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Next up, Linda Parks.
Hi, good evening, council members. I have a little slideshow if you're able to see that. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Oh, good. So why oppose the Kmart site high development apartment? I think it's a great location for residential, and I hope that we can actually get some affordable units there. And it looks like this developer is able to do that. But the developer's proposal is highly unlike anything we have in Thousand Oaks. We have worked hard in our city to have high quality standards. This is the developer's proposal that you see in the second slide. And as we understand, this is actually just one of the buildings, building A, building B is on the other side of it. This third slide, if you can go to that, also shows the developer's proposal. Again, unlike what Thousand Oaks standards would allow. The next slide also is a rendering of what the project would look like. The 53-foot high mass is right on Hampshire, and that would be an incredible, incompatible design with the rest of Thousand Oaks. It would stand out like a sore thumb. The next slide shows a design of what the different layout would be, the different levels, and I'm hoping you're seeing what I would like you to, but it has peach-colored little boxes that you can see on it. And each one of those peach colored little boxes is what they're calling open space. So they add all those together. And they're actually, if you go to the next slide, the balconies. And there's actually a picture of a woman with her head out the balcony, and that's the open space part of the calculation. The next slide talks about Thousand Oaks standards. The maximum density by code is 353 units. The developer wants 459.
Have to ask you to
height by code is 355. The developer wants 53 feet. So the only way they can get these, and I have pictures of what is compatible with Thousand Oaks, and if you can show those slides.
Have to ask you to finish up, Linda, if you would, please.
Okay, are you able to show the slides? All of them? I would just ask that you at least show the last slide, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly, go ahead.
And the last slide just shows you the difference between what is Los Angeles, Playa Vista type of development, and what is Thousand Oaks type of development. They need a specific plan to get the total density that they want to exceed the building heights and the allocation tonight of the Measure E units. So I would ask that you please take a better look at what's really needed at that site and what is our standards that we've worked so hard over many years to develop. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Parks. Robert Luce.
Yes, good evening. I assume I'm coming through okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're good.
Thank you to the council for the time to hear residents in the area. It's good to hear from the woman that lives and her family that lives right next door in those townhomes. I live about just as far away. I have a family of 3 children and that attend the local schools. And, you know, in the comments I sent earlier before the meeting, it states, and I saw the staff report and I appreciate them going through it. It states 353 dwelling units, but it really is 459 with the bonuses and the things that come in. If you look at the apartments that are next door, that is 142 units. IMT owns 253 right next door to it. There you are at 395 units. I'm just trying to give you an idea of the mass that you're going to put more than that in an 11-acre site. The average unit size in each of those, and actually each of the 3, there's Oakview Apartments at 645 Hampshire. There's 242 units there. So again, there's 637 total in those 3 groups. They average 18 to 20 units per acre. You come here to this 11.5-acre site, they're going to put twice that in that space, 459, more than that. And so that isn't, I'm against the project by putting twice as many people in the space where they've put, IMT himself has put 18 to 20 people per acre in its a project 2 doors down. I would ask them to consider lowering the number of units at this proposed site, or if they can't do that, I would ask the council to deny this. Because when you look at this proposal, it's not just to go from commercial to residential, it's a request to approve 459 units.
Thank you, Mr. Luce. Next up, Aaron Guibord.
Keyboard.
But, I thought it might be that.
Yeah, like the keyboard you type on. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me on here, and I'm taking the time to listen to everyone. First off, I want to say that I am in support of this proposition here. I live right down the road. I'm a citizen of Westlake Village, and I'm kind of the demographic that this type of a community would target, in essence. I'm 30 years old, and when my wife and I first moved to this area, we had trouble finding an apartment complex that kind of fitted our version of a perfect community. We came from Woodland Hills, where they have, mixed use types of properties there. And quite frankly, the options in the Thousand Oaks and the surrounding areas are very old, and the amenities are just not up to par. So something like this is something that I think people my age and younger generations, as they're coming up and trying to get an apartment of their own, would be, much in favor for, as well as just, I think it looks really great, to be honest. Aesthetically, it looks great. So Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Keyboard. Alexandra Michelli.
Hi. I was born and raised in Agora and Oak Park. I went to Yuba Buena, Red Oak, Medea Creek, Oak Park High School, and stayed local for college when I attended Moore Park, and then went on to UCLA. I continue to live in Oak Park and currently work for Disney in marketing strategy. I want to first thank you for exploring the renovation of the Kmart site. It's been in disarray for as long as I can remember, and I think this is an incredible opportunity to bring some positive change to our community. I'm at a point in my life where I'm beginning to explore new housing options, and for people in a similar situation as me, unless you have the desire for a single-family home, there are few options in our area. Also, there are more desirable mixed-use housing options in other cities that people like me want. Unfortunately, those options don't exist in our community. However, this proposal right here, right now, is a great opportunity to make that happen. Additionally, we are in the midst of a housing shortage, so people my age are choosing to move away from their hometowns, the communities we love, and where we have grown up in order to move to cities that have created modern housing options for us. As a result, please allow the pre-screen process to continue for this mixed-use project at the Kmart site and take one of our biggest eyesores into the future and give the next generation a place within our community to call home. I want to thank you again for your consideration of this project and for taking the time to listen to my point of view.
Thank you, Ms. Michelli. Roxana Sadecki.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Roxana Sadeghi. I am a resident of Westlake Village. I was born and raised in Oak Park. I live about a mile from the project site. To put it plainly, I'm in favor of this project. I want this community to be better. We're not making good economic use of that space. From what I understand, there's a state regulation that requires the city to zone for more housing. This is a space that's unused, and there's housing that needs to be built. This seems like a no-brainer. Frankly, I'm tired of driving by it. What do we want this community to be? Do we want it to stay the same, or do we want to see it progress? I believe this will be a positive thing for our community, and the people against it, I think, are afraid of change. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sadeghi. Madison Long.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Madison Long. Yes, I know. Excuse me. As I said, my name is Madison Long, and I actually live in Thousand Oaks, right behind this Kmart proposed site on Manzanita Lane. And I'm here to tell you that the Kmart site is the wrong place for a high-density compound. Make no mistake, I want to see something done with the site, but the Hampshire 101 exit is already congested enough throughout the day. The southbound 101 freeway is stopped during rush hour due to the long lines of cars waiting to exit at Hampshire. You can tell me you have a plan for this, but this is a numbers game, and there is no way you can add 459 apartments to this area and not expect an endless traffic jam. You might tell me you're going to do something to fix and redesign the roads, but there's only so much space here, and it will not be possible to accommodate all of these apartments without an enormous increase in traffic. The current residents and taxpayers will be the ones who pay for all of this, and all of Thousand Oaks residents' tax dollars are going to be dedicated to this project. And it's unfair to expect the entire community to have to pay for this project that will benefit a single development company. Residents nearby, including myself, will pay for this not only with their dollars, but with their standard of living. Please don't do this to your constituents. Don't sell us out for the profit of others. Please vote against this project. Whatever is built here needs to be much lower density, so please reject the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Haley Solid.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Haley. I live in Westlake Village. So I actually really love this project. I think it's great for people around my age who live in Los Angeles, who pay a lot of money for rent. I think it would be great if we could have people who live in LA, like a lot of my friends who'd love to move to the suburbs, but we don't have affordable apartments out here. I think it's something that we definitely should move forward with. I'm a big fan, and that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you, Haley. Maxwell Walshaw. Walshaw.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, Maxwell, go ahead.
Yeah. So
I'm definitely in favor of this for 3 main points. Something obviously needs to be done with this derelict property. I've lived in this city since I was born, and it's been empty since I was 4 years old. It would be very beneficial to the city's economy, not only creating more money for the city through sales tax that it would create, but also providing more affordable housing in the city. And then thirdly, the computer-generated renderings that were provided by the developer are beautiful, and this development is something that should be welcomed in Thousand Oaks. On behalf of all of the youth in the city, I definitely urge the city council to vote in favor of this development so that we can at least see how the developer can change it so that it can meet the city standards and be something beautiful for our city.
Thank you, Mr. Walshall. Dennis Goss.
Hi, my name is Dennis Goss. I was born and raised in Newbury Park, California. I've worked in Thousand Oaks and Westlake Village for Teledyne and MWS Wire for the last decade. I'm probably the target demographic for this type of project. I've lived in Santa Monica, in Sherman Oaks, in Oxnard. I've had hour-long commutes to Thousand Oaks or Westlake Village over the last 10 years. And that's a result of the lack of affordable housing and housing developments like this, mixed use. You know, my wife and I recently purchased a condo, and it's slim pickings in Thousand Oaks, in Westlake, Newbury Park, for people in the 20 and 30 age group. So I wholly support this development. It's an upgrade over the Kmart eyesore that's there today. In terms of the retail mix, from personal experience, having markets and access to retail within walking distance and not having to get in your car is a huge bonus and a big plus. I wouldn't try to change that. It'll help reduce traffic, and hopefully if you can attract some younger people into the community who work in the community already and can live here, it'll certainly reduce traffic, improve efficiency for local companies, and reduce stress overall. So please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goss. Lou Manzano.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, City Council, Executive Staff, thank you for having me. I know your time's important. I hope everybody's staying well. I just want to thank everybody who's supporting this project. I've been in and around this neighborhood for many, many years. I currently live in Newbury Park. Like I said, I support this project. I drive by that place often. It's time for some change. This new project will provide some incredible housing opportunities along with affordable housing, services to that general area, business and employment opportunities in that area as well. This is the gateway. This is one of the first places that people see when they come to our city, and it's time to do something in that area. I support the project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marchetti. Mark Francois.
Hello?
We hear you.
Hi, I'm trying to...
Now we don't hear you. Yeah, try it again, Mr. Francois.
Hi, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you Mr. Francois?
Yes, I sure am. I'm Mark Francois.
Very good. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I want to speak out tonight as a private citizen, but I'm also on the advisory board for the Cal Lutheran Hospitality and Tourism Program, and I've lived in the community for about 30 years. I want to come out strongly supporting this project. That site's been an eyesore for, frankly, since before Kmart closed. I live about a quarter mile from the project, so I do have some concerns about the traffic impact and would like to see the city work with the developer to mitigate those concerns as they move forward. But as such, I think the project absolutely should go forward. You know, going back to my time as a student, like 10, 12 years ago, you know, the lack of affordable rental housing for students has been a consistent problem for a while and has only gotten worse as we've seen housing prices continue to rise. I think a lot of the aesthetic comments on the project from members of the council and the community are misplaced, especially when comparing them to existing apartment complexes in the community. Those complexes were largely built in the 70s and 80s and are frankly ugly. So this more contemporary design, I think, is an improvement on a view corridor that's been an eyesore for many years, littered with office, vacant retail, and R&D buildings. So I'd like to see this project move forward to expand affordable housing in our community, especially somebody in the demographic for that housing development. And while, excuse me, traffic concerns are warranted, I think this project absolutely needs to move forward. And the only other concern would be maybe increasing the number of affordable housing units from 50 to something else that the balance sheet supports. Thank you, and I appreciate you letting me speak this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Francois. Next up, Trenner Marchetti.
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me okay?
We got you.
Excellent. Thank you. First, shout out to Lou. We work in the same building, so good to hear Lou Manzano talk on the topic. I just want to say I'm a proud Thousand Oaks resident. I've lived here 14 years. I'm raising my kids here. I've no intentions of leaving. We love it here. But for most of the time I've been here, I've driven by or ridden my bicycle by that particular location, and it's just unfortunate. I hate waste. I hate waste in every way, shape, or form. And this area right now is just a waste. And it's an ugly vacancy that I don't think is doing our city any justice. Now, a lot of folks touched on the housing aspect, and I don't want to detract from the credit towards that. It will provide a number of forms of housing, and I support that, and I want people to have it affordable and to be able to join our community. But also just if this project's done right, these developments are going to flourish and provide a one-stop shop for all sorts of stores and enjoyment. And this would also be a modernization addition to our town. I also like the fact that with all the other things going on Teal Boulevard, this would actually enhance the walking and bikeability, so to speak, of our town, and really create kind of like another center or an offshoot of what our city already has. I just think this type of project will help TO grow, and it will help enhance this town. And currently, as it stands, this lot is kind of like a billboard for a defunct business. It's really not doing anything for us. So I'm really hoping that this project moves forward and the city makes the best of it. And we turn something right now that's an eyesore into an asset and basically add to our community.
Thank you, Trenner. Matt Oden. All right, we're going to move on to Betsy Conley.
Hi, Betsy Connolly here. I am a 30-year-plus resident of Thousand Oaks and a 12-year trustee of the Kaneho Valley Unified School District, but tonight I speak only for myself. Many of our CVUSD teachers live in surrounding communities that have allowed more workforce housing to be built. Well over half of the people who work in Thousand Oaks live elsewhere. This commuting workforce impacts traffic, retail and restaurant visits, school enrollment, and many other aspects of civil life. We need more workforce housing that is desirable and affordable for teachers, police officers, hospital workers, and small business owners. Last, I have been volunteering with a local organization, Adelante Comunidad Kaneho. Our activities have introduced me to previously unfamiliar neighborhoods where I have met lots of wonderful people. But I have also come to understand something that I think is important to your decision. We have a gray housing market here in Thousand Oaks, with multiple families and generations living in single units, modified garages, or single-family homes. This contributes to traffic and parking difficulties because these neighborhoods were not designed for this density. It's clear to me that when we don't allow higher density projects, people who want to live here find other ways that aren't great for their neighborhoods. I think that this higher density project will help to address the affordable plus desirable housing challenge we face here in Thousand Oaks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Betsy. Mary Neifert. Mary?
Good evening. My name is Mary Neifert, and I live in Foxmore Hills. Can you hear me?
We got you.
The architect of this project, Mr. McCluskey, told us earlier tonight that his goal was to, quote, take advantage of the size of the site by including 4 stories and 459 units. He also told us he believes the modern look of the building is what residents need. What he really means is that cramming in as many units as possible will maximize their profit margin. Mr. McCluskey doesn't know what residents need, and I doubt he cares. But these developers are smart. They'll tell you the project is good for our city and will help with the housing demand. We all know there are better ways to meet the housing demand than cramming in close to 500 units at this site. You don't see these high-density mixed-use projects in cities like Santa Barbara and other cities where development is carefully controlled. Officials there take a stand and force developers to keep within strict standards that are best for the residents and the aesthetics of the community. They find a way to accommodate housing needs, both regular and low income, and it's entirely possible to do that here without allowing for this size of project at this site. Mr. Cohen stated earlier that he knows that, quote, the site will never be a commercial site as composed today. I can't imagine how he knows that. In other communities, tasteful commercial shopping centers exist and are profitable with a similar footprint to the current layout. In fact, they're right around the corner from this site in both TO and Westlake Village. If the applicant is truly interested in doing what's right for the community, they should be willing to scale this project way down. They can still make a profit with a smaller scale commercial site or only building 200 units, for example. It is the quiet, peaceful atmosphere that makes this neighborhood special. If you approve this project, it will be gone and gone for good. It is your job to protect
Thank you, Ms.
the
Neifert.
residents'
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Eric Tremblay.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Eric Tremblay. I didn't prepare anything. I figured I'd come into this as open-minded as possible, hearing both the pros and the cons on both sides. And really, I just have a lot of concerns when you look at this project in context with everything else that's happening here in Newbury Park and Thousand Oaks. We've added a lot of projects that are on the table at the moment. There's been a lot of approval, and my concerns are that there is a growing trend to I don't want to say oversee, but to look beyond the rules in order to facilitate some of these projects. And I don't like the idea of all these variances. The height is an issue. The parking is an issue. There's no mention of incentivizing people from within the community to travel to this location because there is no real parking for other people. Even the people and the residents of this particular site don't have the necessary parking. I don't think residential mixed commercial is appropriate because commercial, as a Councilmember Del Pena said, is very low in our city. We have a high vacancy rate, and so it doesn't make any sense. If they were to remove that commercial aspect of this particular property, they could still have the residential needs met, and it would serve to lessen the height of the building as well, and it would solve some of the parking issues, and it would mitigate some of the other factors that we have at issue here. Again, the trend with other properties such as the Cohan lot behind Albertsons and over in Newbury Park is that the city's willing to overlook so many things just for the sake of approving RENA values, which at this rate, to get 10%, 20% of overall numbers is just not sustainable in the thousands of housing that we're going to have to create in order to get those numbers. Just doesn't make any sense. But I thank you for hearing me out, and I hope you guys make good decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Tremblay. Next up, we have Esther. And we don't have Esther. We have Mary Ann Van Zyl on the phone.
Thank you, council members. My name is Mary Ann Van Zyl. I live in the Westlake portion of Thousand Oaks. I live in Village Homes. This Kmart site is on my walk to work. I believe in the project. I think it's aesthetically pleasing. I also think the city is going to have to undertake high development housing, and we haven't had that in the past, and so it means that we're unfamiliar with it. We're unfamiliar with it, what it looks like, and we haven't really had to deal with it before, but I think that it is our civic duty to build this type of high-density housing because our state is in the middle of a housing crisis. I think this project is well worthy of the pre-approval, and I hope you proceed in that fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Fetty. Not here. Jose Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jose Garcia. I am a labor's representative for the Labor's Union, Ventura Local 585. We are here in support of this mixed-use residential housing project. We represent approximately 1,000 skilled workers in the county. In addition to renovating an abandoned shopping center, adding new life to this quarter, and providing needed workforce housing, this project will provide approximately 250 jobs for our local skilled workers. In a time where the labor market's bottom has fallen out, the use of local skilled labor provides jobs for workers that pay well enough to sustain a family. As an added benefit, these local workers will spend their money here at home, providing critically needed local tax dollars to local governments like Thousand Oaks. Projects like the Hampshire Road project in these dire economic times is more than just a redevelopment project. It is also an economic stimulus program for the city and regionally. There is a win-win for everybody on a project like this. I hope you consider advancing this project through the process. Thank you, and don't forget to put a local hire on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Amanda Rosenbeck.
Good evening, Council. Amanda Rosenbeck, Thousand Oaks. I, along with my husband and 2 children under the age of 2, are homeowners directly behind the Kmart site on Foothill Drive. We moved here 3 years ago from Los Angeles as young professionals with the intent to start a family and live the TO dream. However, that dream is now turning into a nightmare with the potential of this proposed project. Please vote to deny this zone change. Mr. Contreras, while outlining the surrounding areas, you completely forgot to outline all of the homes behind the proposed site, one of which is my own home. Council, there are wonderful families who live in this direct area. This is not solely an industrial neighborhood. The project will consist of 459 walking units. Those residents will absolutely have guests. And where will all those guests park? There are only 42 guest parking spots. They can't park on Hampshire as it's a no parking zone, so they will inevitably park in our neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. It's concerning that the developers are not disclosing the exact amount of the rental prices, and the reason for this may be due to them being expensive. I think it's important to note that this project is not an affordable housing project. There's only 32 affordable units. Again, only 32 affordable units. This area falls under the zip code of 91361, which allows for interchangeable use of either Thousand Oaks or Westlake Village. It is most likely the developer will use the city of Westlake Village for marketing, which would then drive up their rental prices. Any individual who cannot afford to buy a home most likely will not be able to rent a unit at this proposed site. I hope you're considering what the emergency response will be in an unfortunate scenario like Woolsey. This area is meant for commercial. However, if the zone change is passed, we are now taking the distributed traffic and concentrating it in residential form, which would mean adding 900 or more cars permanently. If there's a fire, how are we all going to get out? One thing that we should have learned in the past few years, from borderline to Woolsey to COVID, is that life is unexpected, and we should try to prepare ourselves for the worst.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenbeck. Thank you. Thank you very much. Josh Rosenbeck is next.
Good evening, Josh Rosenbeck, Hampshire. I'm a homeowner with a young family behind the Kmart site on Foothill. My profession is commercial construction in Los Angeles, so I'd like to bring to light some major issues here. This site is a flat lot with utilities, which makes it profitable for any investor, including if someone wanted to just make single-family residence, which is what this city really lacks. Don't be fooled into believing high-density 459-unit development is the only profitable build because of land valuation. It's the only development because the owner wants max profits and our planning commission is behind on Measure E quotas. The truth is, high-density zoning will allow the owner to sell the land to multi-billion-dollar IMT capital for max profits through a combination of high density and the same cheap construction, not Art Deco, going up all over LA for mixed-use projects. Wood stud framing, skim coat plaster over foam, prefab panels, and unitized windows. If the owner doesn't get the zone change, I guarantee they'll change their all-or-nothing high-density approach and price the land accordingly when they consider the idea of $0 income or paying $125,000 a year in property tax for it to sit. Please deny the zone change and represent the people that voted you into office, not the billionaire trying to pay their way through. There is a huge misconception that the development will be affordable. IMC's only affordable housing is 32 very low-income housing units, which, just like LA developers, will only be studio apartments in undesirable portions of the building, such as odd corners next to loud mechanical rooms, elevator rooms, or stairwells. In exchange, they'll get 106 profitable units, which will be priced nowhere near affordable. As I see this loophole time and time again during construction in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbeck. Thank you. Thank you very much. Patrick Duras on the phone.
Hello, council members. My name is Patrick Duras. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Thousand Oaks for over 25 years. I was raised here, moved away, came back, and currently raising my family with 4 children. I'm also a commercial real estate broker. I have no interest in this property. I work predominantly in the Rancho Kaneho district, and have been responsible for working with much of the businesses back there in the business community, particularly within the biotech industry. Much of that in which the council supported with the biotech cluster. I support the project. As a commercial real estate professional, I've analyzed this site in particular several times, tried to find ways for other buyers to look at this and different uses. I can tell you with a deep knowledge that this type of use is the type of use that we need and the only economically feasible use for the site at this time. I think some of the concerns that have been raised, including traffic, can all be resolved and will be addressed by the applicant. And with the existing use on there as a retail site, it's been an eyesore, and we look forward to seeing this project as a family. As someone who works again with the business community, I can tell you with certainty that many of the employers and the employees that we work with have had trouble finding housing. And the type of housing that's been addressed is the existing housing here at stock in the city of Thousand Oaks is not appealing to the people we talk to. I'm a 38-year-old, and I don't like a lot of the multifamily here. That's why we didn't live here while we were in our 20s. As a GPAC member, I've heard a ton of community feedback and working on the General Plan Advisory Committee, and I've seen much support for projects like this from community members. Lastly, as a resident, I feel like our council needs to be fiscally responsible, and we're in an environment where there's a lot of cities that are struggling, and we're seeing tax dollars go away. We're seeing a lot of jobs go. The biotech industry is one that we need to support, and we need to bring those employees here to the city of Thousand Oaks before we lose and forget what we have.
Thank you, Mr. Duras. Jason Shimamoto. Not available. Next, Silvana Zuka. Ms. Zuka? Not there. All right. Next up by phone, Chris York. Chris? Just a moment.
Hi.
Chris?
Yes.
Go ahead, we hear you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris York. I live in Thousand Oaks. And I would like to see you deny the amendment for the general plan for this project. I live directly to the west. There's about 100 of us that live here. And unlike some of the earlier for and non-for-profit groups, we're not opposed to putting something in there residential-wise. We just want it to be smart. Everyone's sick of looking at the old Kmart, but we don't have to jump at the first thing that comes at us. So let's just be rational, excuse me, and reasonable. And then number two, the traffic. Additional cars means additional traffic. So I don't know where the concession is that traffic is going to be better by allowing 1,000 plus cars into the area. We just want to see something come in reasonable and rational that we can all live with. And a couple of other concerns, the ambient lighting from that property and the effects it has on, the surrounding neighborhoods, the wildlife. There's just a lot more to consider than just getting rid of the old Kmart site. And with that, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. York. Giovanni Long.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I would like to ask that you please vote no on this proposition. This proposal is extreme. The style, density, lack of green space, lack of appropriate setback, size, and intense negative impact on traffic and the surrounding community is beyond what we have ever seen here. The city needs to slow down with these extreme proposals and designs. We should see how some of the developments that have already been put into place and that are being built right now in Thousand Oaks play out before approving more. Please slow down this enormous construction boom. Having 1/2 of a parking space per person is unacceptable. This proposal is shockingly out of character with our city. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to Silvano Zucca.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm speaking for Silvana.
And what is your name, please?
My name's Matthew Long. I'm Silvana's husband, longtime resident of Thousand Oaks.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Long.
So I'm just asking for you to vote no on this proposal. A 4-story, 459-unit compound is an outrageous proposal for this site, and I'm shocked that the council would dignify it with a pre-screening. So many things are wrong with this. The pre-screening process should be eliminated. It gives developers an unfair advantage. We'd like you to stop creating specific plans to help profiteers get around our longstanding rules and codes. And also, it kind of feels like they're hanging out the idea that this is somehow affordable housing when it really is 32 or 50 units of affordable housing, and then probably significantly more expensive, less affordable apartments. So it would be really nice if they could build on the site, but do it something in character with our neighborhood. It's very much like something you might see in the San Fernando Valley and say, this is a really nice apartment complex in the San Fernando Valley. And, something that's this tall, even though it's set back a little bit from the street at its 4-story height, that's a bad precedent for, it's basically a wall. It looks like a giant square wall, even though it's kind of modern and there's some stuff about it they did that's cool. I just think that it would be much better for the community at large if they scaled it down significantly. And so I'm asking you to vote this proposal down and consider our longstanding codes of this community. That's why we all moved here in the first place. So I believe at the very least, they should cut the project significantly, if not in half. Just as some of the council members have mentioned, just to the south of this, the other considered high-density apartments that already exist are half the number of apartments on an acre.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Thank you. Roger DeWams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you, Roger. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Good evening, folks. I'm glad you're there to listen to us and give us an opportunity. I'd like to say that the last 3 speakers were really eloquent in what they were saying, and I agree with them. I'd like to see this project revisited in another manner, voted down for the way it stands. The people that are for it, are always for it until they have to actually live in that environment where they're dealing with the traffic and they're dealing with the problems that go with overcrowding. The apartment complexes to the south have given no evidence of extensive walking or that kind of traffic versus vehicle traffic. When you get down to The issue of schools and finding places for your kids to go, that's a huge problem that cannot be addressed in 2 minutes. The area of traffic issues at the freeway in Hampshire is the worst in the city, and I know that for a fact. That's not going to get any better, obviously. Crime, when you get into putting that many people in that small of an area, Thousand Oaks Police Department is already less than the national average for officers per 1,000. This is going to have a huge impact on that. And like I said, with the previous three, and also with Ms. Parks, who I'm glad that you gave her a chance to show some ideas to kind of open up people's minds. There's other ways of doing this. I think owner-occupied residences would be a much better option because there tends to be less problems with owner-occupied, or strictly commercial. Get off the freeway, you have restaurants or other things that are enjoyable, but the hours are more constricted and you don't have the huge issues with overcrowding. So I appreciate you listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. James Maston.
Hello, my name is James Maston. My parents moved here in 1972. Been here for 48 years. And I am appalled and disgusted at the city of Thousand Oaks and the things that they're allowing to happen in this community. This was and should always be a single-family community. If you are in need of some type of low-income housing, they have that over there in the valley. They have that over the hill. Keep Thousand Oaks the way it is. There's nothing wrong with it. This town does not lack for revenue. So please, let's not make it about the money. The city has plenty of money. The place looks great. Our streets are paved. The potholes are filled. The trees are blossoming. The telephone lines are going down and they're under the ground. Everything looks beautiful around here. And to everybody else's point about the low income, you guys are a joke, IMT. And McCluskey, you're a tool just like the other guy over there. You guys are tools for this company.
All right, that's enough of that. Mr. Madsen, can you proceed with a little...
They are tools for this company. What is wrong with that? They are tools for this company, are they not?
All right, I may have misunderstood you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, these guys are tools for this company. They are mouthpieces. They are going to sit there and they're going to try to pretend that they've done all this research with the company, with the community. I heard one of them get up there and say, "Oh yeah, we haven't involvement of the public. We're already involved. We're already watching you. Don't act like you guys are going to get us involved somewhere else down the road. We're already involved. We don't need this here." I agree with other people. I've seen Kmart. I used to shop there too. I go by there and I think it's sad that it looks that way, but let's not put in the wrong kind of stuff in there. Let's put something in there that's better. Let's make a smaller footprint in Thousand Oaks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Madsen. I gave you a little extra time. Pardon the interruption. Next, we go to Janet Miller-Wall. No, not quite yet. We'll be back to her. Let us go to Lauren Whalen. Go ahead, Ms. Whalen.
Hi there. Hello, everyone. My name is Lauren Whalen. I'm 29 years old. I was raised in Thousand Oaks, and about a year ago, I moved back here when my husband, who is another Thousand Oaks High School grad, and I purchased our first home in the Kaneho Oaks area of Thousand Oaks. This presentation this evening is the first time I was made aware of this project, and I wanted to share my thoughts as someone of what I believe is your target age demographic. I heard our Mayor Pro Tem speak earlier in the broadcast about wanting to attract younger people to live here, which I certainly agree with. My husband and I are constantly begging our friends to move here, and many of them are concerned about returning because they see it as an expensive, sleepy town where our parents live, and there just isn't much for us here. You can imagine how excited we were for Tarantula Hill Brewery to open up down the street, but we certainly need more. And this sort of development would help college-educated young people see Thousand Oaks as a community where they'd like to build their life. I absolutely love the more modern, clean look of this project. I love the mixed-use concept. I like that it is more sustainable, as many dense mixed-use projects are. And I certainly love that it is the solution for this building and lot that have been vacant for so many years. I hear the concern that there is already housing in Thousand Oaks that is available and it just needs to be more affordable, and I certainly don't disagree with that. But I do feel that people my age are not interested in living in a dark, old apartment like so many that are already existing in our community. This mixed-use proposal is exactly the type of place that my friends and I would want to spend time at and where my friends and peers would want to live. I would love to see this project voted in favor of this evening, and seeing it as it is just a pre-screen with many more steps to come, I can't imagine a good reason for voting it down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen. Janet Miller-Wall. Nope, not yet. All right, let's go to Dan Sadeghi. Dan, you're on.
Hi, Mayor. Thanks for taking my call this evening. My statement here is going to be pretty brief. And really, I just wanted to say, given that there's not many multifamily homes or developments in the area, I think having this increase in stock would be overall just great for housing in the Kaneho Valley, but especially for prospective buyers. In part that some of them want to be staying in this area, and the lack of options has just made it a little bit more challenging for that. So those are my thoughts. Again, thanks for taking my call, and that concludes my statement.
Thank you for calling in. Angela Nardone. Waiting for a connection. You're up, Angela.
Thank you. I am not in support of this project as is. If we're going to approve a residential project on the site, then several changes truly need to be made. I live around the corner in Foxmore and use the Hampshire exit to go to work. And in mornings and especially afternoons, the Hampshire exit's extremely congested, and that's without these 450 units. The on-ramp going westbound is especially bad and sometimes borderline dangerous, especially with the left turn to Willow Lane, where drivers often have to dodge the off-ramp traffic from people exiting the 101. This project would truly necessitate a total redesign of the intersections and the freeway entry and exit. For certain, this should be voted down without changes to the off-ramp. Second, we also have to think about parking because as designed, it's extremely insufficient. That's not nearly enough parking. I think we require more in single-family housing around the area. Other cities in Ventura County have grown much faster than Thousand Oaks because of high-density projects, and as a community, I think we have to be cautious. We already have a few major projects green-lighted, and we should really wait and see before we put another project out there that can truly change the identity of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. Bianca Darcour. Waiting for a connection. Go ahead, Bianca.
Yes, hello. My name is Bianca Decor. I am 30 years old, and I live in the city of Westlake Village. My family and I have been living in the city of Westlake Village for about 25 years. And I am not in favor of this project. I believe that the 400 plus rent control units would create high density in our area, and our surrounding cities will change and have increase in traffic and much more. Families often do choose to live here because of the tranquility it brings and appreciate the quiet and peaceful nature of this town. We hope this project will not just be for profit, and other cities will be changed and to preserve the city that we have come to call our hometown for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Susan Canavan. Go ahead, Susan.
Hi, hello. Am I up next?
You are ready to go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Susan Canavan. I'm 55 years old. I'm single. I moved here in 1982. My parents got remarried, and my dad came out here to manage Crown Cork and Seal that makes the Budweiser can. Anyway, they're both gone now, and I don't have a home anymore, family home. After they've passed on, my stepbrothers and sisters came in from back east and took everything and left me out on the street. I lived across the street from my mother's house for several years, and then it was time for me to go on my own after I rehabilitated from being in shock of all what my family's been through. And then I had 2 colon surgeries, and on my way home from the pre-op appointment, I got into an auto accident with the transport company. And on my way to a pre-op appointment, I got into another car accident. And then I ended up having spine surgery. Also, I haven't been able to do my profession, which I have pampered almost everybody's pet in Westlake Village, Lake Sherwood, Oak Park, North Ranch, Newberry Park. I've been a top groomer for many, many years, and now I'm homeless. I have not been getting any disability whatsoever, not one single penny. I get $194 a month I'm living on with only food stamps. I never thought I'd be in this position. I've lived in Thousand Oaks. I've lived in Westlake as being a single mom. My daughter went to Red Oak and Oak Park, and then she went to White Oak, and then she
Susan,
went to Agora.
your time is up. I'll have someone from the city reach out to you. Thank you.
Let me.
Your time is up. Thank you. Did you get that name? Okay. All right. Let us try Janet Miller-Wall. Still no connection there. All right. That will conclude our speakers for the evening then. And thank you all very much for calling in. That went fairly smoothly. Okay. Let us go back to the staff, if you would have any responses to some of the things you heard. And then we'll see if our council members have any questions. Mr. Town or Mr. Contreras?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few comments in response. One speaker mentioned that the balconies of the proposed units at the buildings A and B along Hampshire comprise the private open space. In fact, the private and community open space for those 2 buildings alone is a total of about 1.5 acres, and it includes those private balconies, which range from about 74 square feet to about 720 square feet in size, so some quite large, some more modest. But it also includes the courtyards and the sky decks in terms of private and community open space. So I just wanted to clarify that. There was a comment that the city has been seeing a lot of approvals in recent years. Actually, if we look back over the past 6 years, the city has been approving about 80 dwelling units per year. That's 80, which is a quite modest pace. There was a comment about the affordable units being 32. I believe Mr. Cohen mentioned that the applicant is now proposing 50, which equates to about 14% of the base number of units, and that's higher than other projects that the City Council has heard recently. Those have ranged on other pre-screens from about 10 to 12% in terms of the number of affordable units. There was a comment that the city needs more single-family detached residences. Overall, the city has actually about 70% of its housing stock in single-family detached, and the balance in condominiums and multifamily apartments. So the community of Thousand Oaks is predominantly single-family detached as we discuss this tonight. There was a comment about eliminating the pre-screen process, and I would just like to say that the whole purpose of this discussion tonight is to give everybody an opportunity to comment on this idea. If the city did not have this pre-screen process, then a formal application could have been filed at some point in the future. Project would have gone through the process, and council would have seen it at the very end of that process, a year or more down the line. And it's much better to hear from the community and council early on. Those were my comments. Perhaps Mr. Contreras has additional comments.
Yes. There were also comments regarding the ambient lighting that would be a result of the proposed project. However, as staff does further analysis through the formal application process, that is, if there is the allocation approved tonight, staff would require technical studies such as photometric plans and that would demonstrate the light impacts. And also, there are other mechanisms that would be incorporated into the project that would provide for downward shielded lighting and to reduce other light impacts from the proposed project. Another comment that was provided, and our traffic staff could talk about this a little bit more in detail, but it was regarding the traffic impacts as a result of the project. And again, that would be an analysis done further down the line, requiring that the applicant provide traffic and parking impact analysis for the proposed project at a later date.
All right. Thank you both. My fellow council members, any questions for staff?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
There we go. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Actually, if Mr. McCloskey is still available, I have a question regarding the rendering that I had mentioned in last week's meeting, a silhouette of the Kmart currently
all right.
over the proposed project.
Why don't we, let's have the applicant do their 5-minute rebuttal.
Okay, yeah.
And then you may question them. But in the meantime, are there questions for staff from Councilmember Engler or Jones?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right, very good. And the applicant does have a 5-minute period here for rebuttal. So would that be Mr. Cohen, I believe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask Mr. Tesoriero to comment, but to help close this. But I do have two things I want to say. It'll be our absolute hope that we will work with the neighborhood. We've heard loud and clear a lot of comments, a lot of concerns. We also heard some positive public sentiment about where the direction that we're heading. So that gives me some a good sense that we are looking in the right way. But we're going to continue to do our outreach. We took copious notes, the whole team, and we'll be back if you guys do allow us to move this pre-screen forward. I'll turn it over to Mr. Tesoriero.
Hi, I'm John Tesoriero. I'm founder and president of IM2 Residential. And I want to first thank everybody for all their comments. We're here to listen. We've been listening over the last 2 years. We'll continue to listen to the comments of the neighborhood, the community, council, and staff. We've proposed a project that we think fits into the neighborhood with the affordable units being proposed, the 32 originally, and working with staff to bring that up to 50 units. We will sit back, listen, and adjust as needed going forward. This is the beginning of the process, and we have a long way to go through it, and we will provide the material needed for decisions to be made. I am also a resident of Thousand Oaks. I've been very fortunate to build projects in 7 different states, but this is a very important project to me. Myself, my family, friends will be going by this project. It will be one of the only projects that I ever felt that I could walk to, ride a bike to. We'll go by on a daily basis on my way to work. So it's extremely important to me to get this project right for the community, and we will do everything we can to do that. And we thank you for your time, and we will continue to listen.
All right, thank you very much. I believe Mayor Pro Tem had a question.
Yes, thank you. I had a question for Mr. McCloskey about the one rendering that I had requested last week regarding silhouetting the Kmart, and I'm wondering whether that rendering was at all available. It's one of 2 that I requested, but the one from the freeway view apparently wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, we're still working on preparing these exhibits. We don't have anything completed yet, but we do have side-by-side views of the project from both Foothill and from Hampshire. Not superimposed yet. We don't have a completed overlay document that adequately shows those 2 in one image, but we do have side-by-side images of the before and after Kmart site and the proposed project, if that's helpful to share at this time.
It would be, yes.
All right.
Yeah, if staff could pull up slides 24. Well, let's start with 23, 24, and 25. Those 3 slides are images that have been created to show essentially the comparatives analysis of the before and after views from different vantage points. So slide 23 is a view from up on Foothill that we used an existing photography example on the top here showing the roof of the existing Kmart building and what that looks like compared to the proposed development, which would sit basically right at the same footprint, about 30 feet away from the base of the retaining wall. So we've got some slope from this guardrail down. There's a hillside that goes down, and then there's a retaining wall that has more or less a vertical wall in place that's 21 feet. And then this building exists there right now. And then at the bottom view, you can get a sense of what we're trying to do to take what's a large, big box and try and open it up by creating smaller, lower density townhomes on this side of the site and create opportunities to create openings from the front to the back, west to the east, create view corridors out towards Hampshire, create more connectivity visually, and certainly replace what's primarily a parking lot and a large box with smaller architecture and some of the pedestrian pathways and main frontage street that you see in the middle of this shot. On the next slide, 24, this is from essentially right behind the Freddy's. It's a shot looking from the essentially the future site of where we're proposing the public dog park. This would be looking north from the dog park towards the mixed-use building on the right and the 3-story townhomes on the left. And this is the foreground of that shot where we imagine this really being an opportunity for residents to bring their pets, folks in the neighborhood to come here. We'll have, I think we've got 14 guest parking spaces for visitors who are coming to utilize this public amenity space here. And this just shows a before and after. And then the next slide, 25. This is a view from Hampshire that shows the Kmart in the background. it's a few hundred feet back with the parking lot in front. And what we're proposing is to bring the architecture forward and have it more engaging into the public streets. Then again, opening up this main entry drive with the public plaza and the pedestrian paths on either side. So this gives you a sense of the ultimate build out compared to the same vantage point of the existing site.
All right. Slide 23 was the one that I was going to request because I think it shows that the view from Foothill is not obscured from standing up there. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Pro Tem, you're asking for a slide that would show a view of the project from the 101 freeway. Is that correct?
Yeah. Those pictures were already part of the original packet, I believe, so they were not new to me.
Right.
So I was looking for something different, but if that's all you have at the moment, so be it. Yes.
Well, hopefully the applicant can provide that in the future, if there is a future. We're going to find out in just a few minutes. All right.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to know some of the rental prices that we're talking about here. And I'd like to know approximately how many people, if all of these units were occupied, about how many people would be living on this 11 acres?
John, would you like to take a pass at that one?
I had some rent studies done for the current rents in the area. So we have a mix of units. We have the studios, which that are approximately 510 square feet. We have one bedrooms that are 700 square feet, two bedrooms about 1,240 square feet. We have 3-bedroom townhouses, which are just a little over 2,000 square feet, and the 4 bedrooms that are around 2,150. Right now in the neighborhood, and these are current rents, not future rents that we're talking about, they average about $2.50. Now, your singles are going to be a little higher per square foot versus your larger units. So in today's marketplace, we're seeing that the studios are probably going to be in the $1,600 range. And then the 1 bedrooms about $2,150. The two bedrooms are going to be about $2,700. The 3 bedrooms are about $3,500, and the 4 bedrooms are about $4,000. To give you a comparison, there's a new project or a newer project, 40 units at 77 North Kaneho School Road. A 2-bedroom unit over there currently, which is 1,160 square feet, is renting for $2,850 a square foot, or $2,850 a unit per month. And
how many affordable units are you talking about?
In this project, originally, our proposal was for 32, but we have gone back after conversations with staff and have decided to move that up to 50 affordable units.
And could you go through that list of what size would the affordables, would they all be studios or what?
No, the mix of units will be spread across all categories.
So what would a studio rent for if it were considered affordable?
If it was in the low category, David, do you have those numbers on the City of Ventura?
Studio, the very low would be $916. A 1-bedroom.
How many of the very low would you have?
It's proportionate to the mix that you're building. So I haven't done the actual. Well, I may have it, but if you're building, let's just say, 10% studios, then 10% of your very low need to be studios. If you have 2 bedrooms, then whatever percentage of 2 bedrooms you have, you do a proportionate share of those 2 bedrooms as
How much would a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom be? I imagine if people needed affordable, that it's probably about as many bedrooms as they would.
Yeah, 1 bedroom is currently at 1,046. A 2-bedroom is at 1,178.
A very low category.
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have any idea about how many you would have of each?
Not at this time. We're just haven't gone to that level of detail yet.
Well, and I think, just if I can chime in, Councilmember Jones as well, it would depend on the final proposal. The total number of unit counts and the break between studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom would dictate how the spread of those units would flow. So without an actual submittal or proposal, that calculation can't be done yet. It's just estimating.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the average person could afford in Thousand Oaks. We've heard people tonight speaking in favor of the project, and I don't know what price range they, that they thought they could handle. I just feel that that's an awful lot of units for that size place, and I'm sorry that that you feel you have to build that many units in order to have a certain percentage that are affordable.
Well, Councilmember Jones, if you don't have any further questions, why don't we save that for the discussion period that is up next?
Fine, thank you.
All right, very good, sir. Thank you. And just, I had a quick question. We kind of went out of order here because you have some rebuttal time, but since questions were interjected, the 3- and 4-bedroom models would be more condo-like, I take it?
Yes, they would be in the back of the project. They would be a 2-parking private garage below with the living units above. Okay. And that in the 71 townhomes in the back, we have a mix of 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom townhomes, each of them with their own private garage.
Okay, very good. Now, well, as long as there's no further questions.
I do have questions regarding parking.
Okay, all right. Well, okay. We'll go to questions, and then I am going to give the applicant a little bit more time for rebuttal, so we can finish up with that, and then we'll go to a discussion. So go ahead with your questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Adam. The question is the parking. How did we arrive at this parking, which does not seem to be sufficient?
So I don't know if I'm muted or not, but the parking that's provided for the project is provided above and beyond what the state law requires. So the density bonus parking requires 2 parking spaces for a 2-bedroom and above, and 1 parking space for a 1-bedroom or smaller. And based on our unit mix, that would be an average of, I think we're right around 1.5 per unit. And I think in the staff report, Carlos has called out the required parking and then the provided, but I believe we're providing well over the density bonus required parking. Density bonus also doesn't require any guest parking, but we believe it's critical to the project and it's critical to the neighborhood and the surroundings. We can't, really go ahead and provide public space for people to come and utilize things like the dog park without providing parking spaces for that. So even though it's not required by the density bonus law, we're providing it because we just believe it's the right thing to do, and it's a good benefit to the residents, to their friends and family that might be visiting the project as well. So the project has, in addition to the resident parking that's in each of the townhomes, each one of those townhomes has a 2-car private garage that's attached within their home. But in the mixed-use building, in the structured parking, we've included all resident and retail parking. And then the only surface parking is really just for pull-up convenience retail or the leasing office and for guests throughout the site.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Yeah, Have you done any type of traffic study based on the cars that 459 units would generate?
We haven't at this time because we're still at the pre-screen process, and I know that we will be going through a full environmental impact report, studying these different things such as traffic. So, plus it wasn't, as of recently, it's not even a feasible time to do a traffic study because nobody's traveling outside their home.
Well, I understand that, but we won't be in this time for ever. And I'm just wondering about the impact on that, those on and off ramps at Hampshire and the freeway. It's a substandard situation there now. There aren't enough lanes going under that bridge. And I just wonder if everybody's going to work at the same time and they all go down to the freeway. I'd like to see a study on what that would do.
Well, Councilmember Jones, if the process continues from here and an EIR is in fact required, which I suspect it might be, a full-blown traffic study would be included in that report.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Because if not, the applicant actually has a couple of minutes left for rebuttal. So if you'd like to finish your remarks and close us out, then we'll go to council discussion.
This is Tom Cohen. I'd just like to say that we would deeply appreciate your support to continue this dialogue, shape this project moving forward. We've got the right company at the right time with a history of listening, adapting and making it happen. With that, John, unless you have something else to add, I think this will conclude our rebuttal.
No, I nothing to add to it other than, as you've said, a lot of things will be answered, questions that'll come up from council, and we'll be happy to provide any type of renderings, drawings, traffic studies to analyze this project going in the future. This is just the beginning for us to show you what the project will be in the future if you're giving us the chance to move forward.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. And we are going to go to council's discussion now, and if I may just start briefly, I would like to thank our speakers this evening. Excellent observations. I was particularly gratified to see young people calling in, people in their 20s and 30s. The younger generation voice, in my opinion, is essential, and we heard it tonight. Whether you agree or not, they were there, and I think that's really a breath of fresh air. And I will just say that from my vantage point, I feel like tonight we're voting more on a process than we really are on a referendum on a project. You know, this pre-screening process was approved back in 2018 by a 5-0 vote. I believe Mayor Pro Tem Bill LaPena was there at the time, as was I. And it's an amazing process that it allows public comment, city council comment, direct conversation with the project builder, all before the project really has even gotten off the ground. So it's a very transparent process that I think is very valuable. And I just happen to remember the Acorn agrees with us. If you're there, Kyle, you mentioned that that this process is meant to encourage transparency and public discourse, and I think that's exactly what's happened tonight. Now, of course, the allocation of units does not necessarily guarantee a final approval of the project, and these development concepts will be modified. And I think from what I hear tonight, the project builder is very amenable and listening very acutely to the comments from not only the public speakers, but from the council members as well. And when I look forward, if this project does move on, it's a very rigorous process that they will be put through, from a specific plan to working with staff to appearing before the Economic Development Committee, of which Mayor Pro Tem Bill LaPena and myself are members of, most probably an EIR, the Planning Commission, and finally back to the City Council. So there's a lot of hurdles to overcome to get this project to be right for everybody concerned. So that's just my initial comments. Let us hear from the rest of my fellow council members. Who would like to go first?
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, hello.
Yes, thank you. When we heard the 299 project, I forget when it was, 2 years ago or so, did that one go through a pre-screening?
Yes.
I believe it did, yes.
It did go
It
through.
did, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. How much did it change from the pre-screening to when it was actually approved on a 4-1 vote?
I will let Mr. Town, speak to that. I know it did evolve.
The project at the pre-screen had less public space, as I recall, less areas, patios, et cetera, open to the public. The applicant enlarged that going forward. They added a public seating area right near the driveway entrance off of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. They modified the architecture. They refined it per direction, and through the development agreement and per initial discussions at the pre-screen, we started with a financial contribution to the city, which was enlarged and finalized in the final project that City Council saw and ultimately approved. Those were the main changes, as I recall.
So the number of units, which was, I believe, 142 on 3 acres, did not change, and the architecture did not change, from what I remember. Would that be correct, Mr. Town?
I think the number of units did stay approximately 142. I think that was the original number. The architecture was refined going forward to provide even more detail and more rich materials. But the number of units, as I recall, stayed approximately the same.
I think one additional piece, Mr. Town, as we went through those dialogues and discussions, because I remember being there for part of those, certainly the frontage was a significant component of the discussion, and softening and setting back and modifying the frontage was a big part of it. I think the other challenge from being there in those discussions is, as Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned, it was a smaller site. A 3-acre site provides less. Smaller sites generally provide less flexibility in the long run. The good news with this particular site is a 12-acre site. A developer has a great runway for flexibility, I would imagine.
And if I may interject, since I happened to be there at the time, the development agreement that we carved out with 299 also included a $1.25 million contribution to the city to be used for what we choose, which was primarily, we felt that would be used for affordable housing, and that's what it's been tucked away for. So a development agreement can give us some benefits in addition to the project itself, and that may well be something that we can carve out with this particular project that we're looking at right now, whether it would be contributions to our open space, contributions to affordable housing, traffic modifications, you name it. There's a whole list, and that's the power of a development agreement, and that's something that would be out there in the future for us to hopefully carve out for the benefit of the city.
And then the 2219 Thousand Oaks Boulevard, that was also, I think it was 2219 at the corner of Kaneho School Road. That was also a 4-story building for which we allocated the units, but it was never built. Is that correct?
Yeah, that one actually never even came forward to full submittal, and I think they may have come in and pre-apped, and the project ended up running into a number of hurdles there. that were challenges laid out by staff during that process, most namely circulation, if I remember correctly, and traffic in and out.
I see. So the only mixed use that we have currently that has not been built really, that went through pre-screening, is 299 Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It's the only one, and it hasn't been built yet, but it is underway. They broke ground. So truly, this proposal before us tonight is indeed the largest mixed-use proposal in the history of Thousand Oaks, correct? So far.
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. The apartment units or complexes surrounding it have, as was stated earlier, a density of no more than 21 units per acre, Mr. Town?
That is correct.
All right. So if I do have a question for the applicant, and the question is, would the applicant think that they would need all 352 units plus the density for this project, which would make it in excess of 30 units per acre?
Well, I would like to think that we're at the discussion period after being on this now for 4.5 hours, and the applicant certainly was available for many, many questions. Would you, and I don't exactly know the answer to that, but would you care to continue your discussion with the three council members here tonight?
Well, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, I could have asked the question earlier, but as I am still thinking about it, I have not formulated anything yet. So I'm thinking out loud. And it is the largest, really, mixed-use project. It's a historic project, so hopefully the applicant would be able to respond. We've never had anything of this size in Thousand Oaks.
What was your question again?
Whether there would be a need for all of the units that are being requested tonight, which is 30 units per acre, and we have 11.79 acres, so that's 352 units.
Well, I mean, okay, if the applicant wants to answer, I mean, what we have in front of us is what we have in front of us, and I guess that's more your decision than theirs, but go ahead, Tom, would you want to pick up on that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem de la Peña. The project at 353 units is 30 units to the acre, which is permitted under the general plan. That is the highest, that is the high density range allowed. So we're not proposing anything that's out of sync with the general plan. I know you mentioned the projects just to the south, the apartment projects that are at a lower density range, but I think there's a good explanation for that. Those projects all have surface parking, and so their parking fields are spread out, which has an artificial impact on the ultimate density of those projects. Our project is parked almost entirely subterranean, so we don't have parking fields. What we have is a lot of open green space available to the public, a lot of amenities that will serve the greater good of the community, as well as this development. And so I don't think it's tough to compare apples to apples here, because the designs of these projects, the ones to the south, and every apartment project in the city for that matter, those densities were squeezed based on those kinds of, because of the parking fields primarily. I think that is a fair statement of fact.
Mr. Mayor, if I could also add.
Yeah, Ms. Noonan would like to make a comment. Go ahead, please.
If I could also add, remember for the allocation tonight, The number of units is based on the maximum density in the land use in the general plan. So you'll recall the Pinecrest project had a density that was allocated to them. However, they didn't intend on using all those units. So regardless of what the actual unit count is, it cannot be more than what is allocated, but it can certainly be less.
All right. Councilmember Engler, I believe you have a comment?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. Just in terms of discussion about this project, as we always do, and all of us did it, we go to the location and we take a look, try to figure out what we're seeing and how we're going to go about thinking about it. As I was over there the other day, it's been 15 years since that location went vacant, and it's been a number of years, I want to say 10 years or so, since the Home Depot site was turned down. I don't think anybody in those days thought that here we are 10, 15 years later, still talking about a vacant property that by all rights should have been developed sometime earlier. Along with that, the council has assigned me to be the representative to the California League of Cities. California League of Cities is trying to alert all constituents that the state of California is getting more and more involved in reducing the amount of discretion that local localities have to be able to determine their land use. I don't like to cry afraid of the state, but I don't know what types of things we're going to be looking at, say 10, 15 years from now, if we don't try to take what we have now and develop it into something that is good for the city and good for our citizens. So this location is at an opportunity site that's been identified, excuse me, throughout the years as a site that is prime for redevelopment. In that word opportunity, opportunity cuts both ways. This could be very, very nice, but it also has some risk involved in doing this development here. We have the opportunity to make a beautiful gateway project for Westlake Village. Set aside the aesthetics of it. Some of the younger people seem to like it. Those of us like the way Thousand Oaks is. But we have an opportunity now to make a very nice gateway project. The risks, the traffic is going to be part of the risk, but I would not want to see us pass by what appears to be a very qualified and worthy developer for that project. This developer is willing to come in, spend a lot of money to make a nice gateway for us. And on part of it also is we will be getting a substantial number of affordable housing units, which is important to me, embedded into the project without any difference. No one will know who has got it in an affordable housing, who isn't. Those are important things to me. In terms of what I see us doing tonight, it's really a simple question. Do we want that property to remain commercial, or do we want it to become a residential mixed-use location? And that's really our decision. And I would, if you want a motion, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to make a motion just to get things going. But I, for one, after listening to everybody tonight, and I agree with you 100%, that the input from all of our citizens was very valuable and very helpful to me to help make me make a decision tonight. But if you would entertain a motion, I would move that we go with option number one, which is to allot the 353 units, and also go for the change of zoning to a residential mixed use.
All right, I'd be happy to entertain that motion, and I presume there may be some discussion to it.
Yes, I would like, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I know staff has a couple of pictures, and I was wondering if they could call them up. One is the Avalon apartment complex on Kaneho School Road. Do we have that?
I will get it up for you in just 1 minute. Thank you.
We're pulling up a picture of what?
Exteriors of an apartment complex on Kaneho School Road.
Oh,
and I think we have an example from Santa Barbara too.
The new one that was just built?
No, not that.
Oh, okay. Do we have that?
Yeah, we do.
Yes, the picture.
Oh, there we go.
Mm-hmm. That's a picture. Is that the only one we have of that? Okay, there's more. Mm-hmm. And then that's, yeah, no, you can go to that one. That's the other one that's being finished right now. Mm-hmm. On Kaneho School Road. That's not occupied yet. Go back to the Avalon with a facade, the stone facade. And do you have the one from Santa Barbara too?
Give me 1 second, council member, to get that picture for you.
Well, while he's pulling that up, would you care to expound on the reason for the pictures?
Yes, thank you. Because of the architecture is, as I already mentioned at the beginning of this meeting earlier in the evening, many hours ago, that the architecture certainly is not what Thousand Oaks normally looks like. Does Thousand Oaks have some tired-looking areas? Absolutely. But I don't think we need to change the character of a neighborhood with architecture that is very, very modern. And I wanted to just cite some examples of that.
All right.
The other question that I already posed earlier in the evening is the height limit. A specific plan is possible. It's made so that it can be customized to each or for each development proposal, and certainly trying to also issue waivers that are usually that are available through the city in terms of building standards. Given that we have received feedback from people that really like this, but also my inbox today was filled with emails from Westlake that were really opposed to this, and you heard some of them tonight. Not sure if other council members' inboxes were filled like mine was, but certainly many people have serious concerns about the building height and the massing of the buildings. I mentioned that earlier. And I want to hear from the applicant tonight whether he can absolutely guarantee that the building height can be kept at 35 feet for this project.
Well, if I may, not to get off your point about the height, but as far as the architecture goes, I suppose it's the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Tarantula Hill, which is by any means contemporary architecture and which also is in a very prominent spot in the city, has been very well received. And in fact, young people and older people flock to the place. and I think you heard tonight, there were a number of young people that felt that the architecture was actually very appealing, and they were not at all liking the old style 60s and 70s architecture that the city seems to be predominantly made of. Now,
Well, I don't know. I'm sure there are people that want to live at Tarantula Hill. They like it so much. Tarantula Hill is a business, not an apartment complex.
well, the architecture is
So-
contemporary, like what is being proposed
Yes.
tonight. That was my point.
Yes, Tarantula Hill can't be seen from the freeway. This one will be seen from the freeway. This one is a prominent gateway to our city, to the
Well,
city
again,
of Thousand Oaks.
like I said, architecture is subjective, but which also brings me to the point that Councilmember Engler made about subjectivity versus objectivity. It won't be in the not too distant future that we will be held to objective building standards, and we will not be able to inject subjective feelings such as character or timeless architecture or excessive density that just won't be accepted anymore. We will be held to rigorous standards, and builders will almost be able to build anything by right, and that is the law. But we are in this little window right now where we can work with a builder to hopefully massage the project that will, be to the liking of this council.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain my liking.
Right. Now, what were you saying about the?
So, if I may continue.
Absolutely, but we're in the discussion, so
We are in the discussion.
We're discussing.
And that particular building really does not look like Thousand Oaks at all. It simply does not. It is a prominent building that can certainly be softened. The architecture can be softened. And I understand that young people want to see something else, but that's not all young people. And we have another similar project that is 299. That one is hidden. You only see the front. This one you will be able to see from all around. And I cannot stress enough how this, in its present form, is going to be extremely prominent, seen from the freeway and pretty much from other areas. So, of course, it is important for me to make sure that it doesn't stand out in a way that really is not in keeping with surrounding neighborhoods. So we have certain standards. We do have building codes. And so, yeah, it's not all subjective. It's also objective. This is something that is normally not built in the city of Thousand Oaks. So there have to be objective standards for this. Mm-hmm. Right now, with a 54-foot height, 53.5, and the step back is just not something that we have seen. I'm not afraid of change. Absolutely not. In fact, I'm glad that finally we were getting something to look at after 10, 15 years. But it's gotta be pleasing to the eye. It's gotta be accepted by the neighborhoods, and and I'm sure the developer will work with the neighbors who will look at this every single day to make sure that they're okay with it. And that is why I'm asking whether you, the applicant, hold fast to a 35-foot building height.
Well, and again, I think
I'm asking the developer.
No, I understand, and I'm going to have him get back on in just a second, but I think you would agree this is the beauty of the pre-screen process, because the concerns that you are bringing forth are being heard and noted. But let us, if the builder would like to get back on again.
I think, Melissa, do you have them queued up there?
Who are we going to have up here?
Mr. Mayor, while we're waiting,
Yes, Councilman Wrangler.
I really appreciate what Councilmember Bill de la Pena is bringing forward, and part of what we are here tonight for is to give exactly that feedback to the applicant. And I think that between the council and between members of the public, that message has been delivered to them loud and clear, that we want to see a good quality project that is consistent with Thousand Oaks. That I think will come out in the process of the reviews. But we won't get there unless we put it forward.
Well, I would have to agree with that. I mean, to me, a no vote at this early stage of the process, you'd be basically saying there's no merit whatsoever to this project. And I think there is merit. I think that, is it a perfect project? Probably not. Is there room for improvement? Yes. Would we want to cut it off at this early stage? I don't think that would be good sense. We have a project here with a developer in an economy that is faltering, in an economy where the governor just stated that California was going to have a $54 billion deficit, in an economy where our sales tax is dropping, our transit occupancy tax is dropping, our property tax is dropping. We're looking at unemployment of 20 to 25%. Now, granted, Thousand Oaks is in very good fiscal shape thanks to long-term planning that we've done, but we're not immune. We're not immune to all this. And for someone to come forward at this stage with a blighted property that's been sitting there in total disrepair and disarray after all these years, and during this particular time with a $150 to $200 million project and investment in Thousand Oaks, it seems to me that deserves consideration. With the jobs it would produce, the housing it would produce, the consumers for our businesses that it would produce, the recruitment base for businesses. I hear it all the time. We've got to bring in young people. I need somewhere for them to live. And the development agreement that we may carve out, and that's an unknown, but we did it with 299, and I think there's definitely a potential to work that out as well.
Can we hear from the developer now, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon me?
Can we hear from the developer
Yes,
now?
we can, and we're waiting to have him queued up. I
think he's right there. I think he's ready.
Oh, okay. And who's up?
I'll respond unless John or anybody else on the team.
All right, Mr. Cohen.
So I just want to say a couple things. We have heard the feedback from Councilman Jones. We've heard the feedback from Mayor Pro Tem Bill de la Pena, the community. We're taking that to heart. We will be looking at all these issues, including massing and building height. We understand, and we understand your comment about compatibility. But it would be really, I'm not sure the right word, but I think it's premature for us to say we're sticking to a certain building height, especially now when we've designed a project that, as you see it today, and obviously we need to take into deep thought what you've put out there. We need to talk to city staff about how we get there. It significantly changes. If we had to limit building height to a certain number, it would significantly change a lot of the project benefits that we have. And so that all has to be put into the mix, and we've got to put some serious thought into this. And tonight to commit to 35 feet, 41 feet, 27 feet, whatever the number is, it really hamstrings our ability to be creative. And we've, we do have to understand the economics of this project, and we hope that you do too, although I know that's not necessarily a criteria here, but it's such a significant project, an important project for IMT, that we're going to take all this feedback. We're not, we're a long way off taking all this feedback now to come back with something that we can share with you. I don't know if you guys are going to move this through any kind of a committee process, but we want to make sure you're fully on board and invested in this project as we are. So, but to commit to a 35-foot height limit really is, I think, shortchanges the project. I think it shortchanges the community and the needs that we're hearing about. So I would ask John if you disagree with my thoughts here, since this is, this is IMT's project, but these are my reactions.
I'd just like to thoughts. We definitely listened to staff as we went through the design phases to have less density in the back of the project, more open space. So that's why we pushed the density to the front of the property to keep the townhomes in the back of the project. So, I mean, we're open, and I think the best thing to do is, as we move through this with staff and council, come up with some designs and have you review them and make decisions as we go through this process. We took all the feedback that we received from staff. We designed a building. We sat down multiple times over the last almost 2 years and kept changing the project to get it to a point where staff was happy to bring it forward. And we'll keep doing the same until we get it right. But to commit tonight to 35 feet, we just don't know what that means. We don't know how many units that is going to bring down the project. We don't know how that affects the overall what we can do for affordable housing on the project. I think the best thing for us to be able to do is have the time, spend the money, create the renderings, create the drawings, show it to staff, show it to council, and work through this process over the next year to a point that we can get the council comfortable with the project, we can get the community comfortable with the project, and we provide a great gateway project in 2000 Oaks. Like I said, this is an area I drive through, and it's very important, and we're going to get it right.
What I think John is also saying, folks, is we trust the process. We're gonna make this thing work in a way that you guys will be fully satisfied with. So
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, John. At the beginning of this hearing or this meeting, I was asking about the 35-foot building height, and you mentioned that yes, you're willing to work with us. So I took that to mean that you would be amenable to 35 feet. And I just wanted to confirm that.
We're amenable to studying this. I don't think we can't commit because there's just so many unknowns now based on what we're hearing tonight that we have to come back and show you what we think can work. And to stick with an artificial limit like that is really hamstrings our creativity. And I think we can come back with something you'll be happy with. We need to embrace the idea that this is a process and that let the process work, but we've got to get the green light to move it forward. I know that's not accepting anything that we've shown you tonight other than what the quality is that we can produce. I think it's agreed that residential is what makes sense on this property. With retail, maybe, that's still to be determined. We heard that concern from Councilman Jones and you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, you had so many people tonight speaking in favor of the project from all over the place, and the people that are really most impacted by this, they came out in opposition. So I'm saying, what I think I'm saying is that I wish you had reached out to the community more widely that are going to be impacted directly by this. And I'm not sure, well, I guess you wanted to wait until after this hurdle or the first step before doing that. But I wonder whether it would have been better just engaging the surrounding neighborhoods right away rather than after this first phase or this first step.
Well, we did have some outreach, not to the degree that you would typically find once we know we're in an formal entitlement process. And the direction that we got, came from our due diligence and understanding this is an opportunity site for this precise type of use. It came about through many, many discussions over 2 years with city staff as to the direction. We watched carefully what was happening with the projects on Thousand Oaks Boulevard and the type of, the architectural design styles, and we're informing ourselves, but our part of the informing ourselves comes next, and that's going to be meeting the neighbors that are directly behind us. We've already had an introductory call with them. We understand their concerns, and part of the problem with the outreach has been, the limitations because of COVID. It just has really hamstrung us in our ability to do the kind of outreach we would.
And you're right, Tom. This pandemic really is hindering more outreach, but I feel as though, I really appreciate the fact that the Acorn reported on this in February. I appreciate that the applicant made the documents available to the public for public review several days earlier than required by the Brown Act. So all of that, I think, is great. You're trying to be transparent about it. But the feedback wasn't from the neighborhoods, really wasn't coming until some of this was out on social media. And so I wonder, could that outreach then have really been done sooner than later?
If I can interject here, if this pre-screen is approved this evening, as has been stated numerous times, we're probably at least a year away from it coming back to the City Council for a final vote, and maybe even longer. And it would seem to me that that would be adequate time to continue with public outreach that you're asking about. And since we're discussing, I would have to say that asking for a height guarantee, in my mind, would just, at this point of the project, would just be too restrictive. It would potentially stifle any creative solution to the concerns of some people by insisting on this rigid height guarantee. I just don't think that that's productive. And that's not to say that I don't have concerns about height. That's been mentioned numerous times, and I think that's something that the applicant will have to grapple with. But I think there's plenty of time for public outreach, and a guarantee of height, in my mind, is just too restrictive at this stage. And as Mr. Cohen said, this is one of our opportunity sites. We have about 6 in the city, because we have less than 1% of developable land left in the city. Everything else is developed. It's either open space or single-family homes, so this is pretty much it. And we have made by a 5-0 vote for our strategic plan, we've made a pledge to reinvest in these key commercial centers, and we've decided that mixed use would make sense on these shopping centers, and this, of course, was a shopping center at one time. And, for my money, I think that there is enough merit here to move this thing along. And again, like I said, this is a perfect project, probably not, but I think that the applicant has displayed more than enough willingness to work with all the parties to come up with a project that is appropriate for the city and that will move us forward economically, give us some housing for some young people, and create a lot of benefits. So that's how I feel about it. Councilmember Jones, are you am
I still awake?
No, I wasn't going to say that. I know you are. But we've heard from Councilmember Engler and Mayor Pro Tem Bill de la Pena, and I've put a few comments in here and there. Would you care to add to the discussion?
I'm really torn on this. When I first heard of it, I liked it. I liked the idea of it. In seeing it, getting the packet Thursday night, I had no idea it was going to be this dense. And it bothers me that our high density is 30 units an acre and this is 40 units an acre. I'm concerned about that many cars, that many people on 11.7 acres. I don't really go for the mixed use. I mean, I guess if you're with it, I mean, I have had reservations on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, but I have since indicated that I could support it, but I really don't like it here. And you say, they're very flexible. I appreciate they're going to be flexible, but the purpose of the screening is, to me, is that you want to tell them right off the bat how you feel. I mean, you don't want to lead them down the primrose path and have them do a bunch of things and then, not support it. So I still have reservations. And if we vote for this, what exactly, would somebody read that number 1 again? What exactly does that say?
Well, we can read that, but I will say that I don't think any of the council members tonight have pulled any punches when it's come to their concerns about this project. And I will remind you, Councilmember Jones, you will have the final say on this, as will the other 3 members here, and a 5th member, whoever that may be. We'll find that out in November. But this will be coming back, and then we will see what the final iteration is, and we will have the final say, and it will be binding. But for now, we're in a very, very early stage of the process, and a lot can change over the next year. And to turn this opportunity down, to me, would be short-sighted. But I think Member Jones wanted to, perhaps Ms. Noonan, why don't you, for Councilmember Jones, reiterate our choices again? Would that be what you're after, Ed?
I'd like to have option 1 read, if I could.
All right, we're going to have Ms. Noonan do that.
Sure. The option 1 states, adopt a resolution initiating a general plan amendment from commercial to commercial/residential and allocate 353 dwelling units of citywide Measure E residential capacity and authorize concurrent processing of legislative actions and project entitlements. So what this means in a nutshell is the city would be committing to taking those 353 dwelling units under the Measure E residential capacity and setting it aside so that no other developer has an opportunity to request those units. The city commits to set those aside for a year to allow the applicant to submit a formal application for a project. If it also allows the applicant to process an application. In the city of Thousand Oaks, applicants cannot process any type of land use entitlement that includes legislative action such as a general plan amendment or a zone change unless the city council lets them do so. So you'd be setting aside and committing 353 units from the Measure E bank that can't be used by anybody else. And it's a ceiling. It's not a floor, it's a ceiling. And you'd be allowing the applicant to concurrently process legislative actions in addition to the land use entitlement for a mixed-use project.
And other than, in a sense, reserving these 353 units for this applicant for 1 year, correct, 1 year, we are agreeing to nothing beyond that.
That's correct.
Nothing.
That's
We're not
correct.
agreeing to the architecture. We're not agreeing to the design. We're not agreeing to the number of units. We're not agreeing to anything.
No, that's
Other than the applicant has 353 units. Let's see what you can do with it.
That's correct. And actually, the commercial/residential designation allows actually 3 types of projects. It allows a commercial and residential project. It allows 100% commercial, and it allows 100% residential. So we would be looking at, when you're evaluating project alternatives as you're required to under CEQA, those are things that we could be looking at.
So we're agreeing to nothing other than allowing the applicant to have a reservation on these 353 units for 1 year.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem, ma'am, okay.
Well, that's okay. We also should not forget that the reason we're here this evening is because staff has worked with the applicant for over a year on presenting this, and staff actually said at the beginning of this evening that they feel comfortable with this project to be presented to us, the council. But as you can see, there are a couple of us who are not as comfortable with this proposal as staff is.
Evidently.
Yes.
Yes, and that's completely understandable. But I think what staff has put in front of us is that they feel that the project has hit the threshold for the pre-screening qualifications only.
Correct. And I just, if I might jump in, because I want to make sure I'm making that point clear based on Mr. Towns' conversation. What staff seeks to do, and our responsibility to do, is process applications as they come forward. It does no one any good to bring a proposal forward that has a fatal flaw. And so in staff's work with them, we're trying to eliminate what they envision from a design and urban planning professional's perspective, what they see as fatal flaws. And so that the work that has been characterized over the last several years with the applicant on this project has been, the project has evolved dramatically, and what may have been fatal flaws, in our opinion, early on, have been eliminated from the discussion to a place where staff felt that it was time for the applicant to bring the project forward in front of council. It is council's policy decision where it goes from here, and the subsequent phases of the project would allow it to be shaped and formed.
And we did turn down a pre-screen project not all that long ago on Thousand Oaks Boulevard that had a fatal flaw, so we thought it didn't have enough public space. So it's not like every pre-screen is a guarantee or anything like that. But I think you make a good point. I don't see a fatal flaw in this project. I see merit. And again, I don't think the staff is by any means coming out in favor, recommending a vote to us. They're just saying that you and I, Claudia, and 3 other council members set these pre-screen qualifications, and in staff's opinion, they fulfill them.
Yes, so
that's all.
I made it already known back in February when I first became aware of this that I had serious concerns regarding the building height and, of course, the traffic this sort of density would trigger. That was back in February, and that was the only input really that I gave at that time. But between February and now, none of the designs changed at all. It all remained the same. So I don't know if that's why I'm looking. I'm sorry,
I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say, being a recent member of the Economic Development Committee, which you are, which is a very important committee, and I am on it as well. Arguably speaking, you'll have more input and influence on this project than virtually anybody, other than myself, because I happen to be on the committee as well. But as you well know, the Economic Committee reviews these projects, and I'm sure you and I will be doing that multiple times if this project goes through, and over the next year, as it goes through the steps, you and I will be a significant voice. Not that you haven't already, which you certainly have, and all your concerns are valid and legitimate, and I truly believe the applicant is taking all of them into due consideration. But I would hate to lose this opportunity with an applicant as strong as IMT. Claudia, you and I know weak applicants have appeared and they have thrown us backwards with properties that should have been developed because the applicant was weak for one reason or another. It delayed development or it never got developed. I think we have a very strong applicant here with good wherewithal that can have the ability to put together a project that's going to be amenable to most of us. Probably not all, but most. IMT is well noted for their projects. And 15 years we've all looked at that blighted lot, and finally we have someone who stepped forward with the wherewithal and the risk-taking to even have the challenge of appearing before us and knowing how certainly Thousand Oaks has a reputation for being rather strenuous in what we approve, and they've decided to have a go at it, and I think we should take advantage of that. So, here we are, 11:15, and we have a motion on the floor, and I think we might be getting to the point where it's probably time to vote on that. What do y'all think?
Yep.
Sound good, fellow council members?
Call for the vote, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to bring it to a vote. Bob has made a motion that we approve option number 1, which basically validates the pre-screen and allows the project to move forward in the process. Did I say that correctly, Ms. Noonan? That is right. So the motion's on the floor. I'm going to call for the vote. Ms. Rodriguez, if you would, please.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
I'm thinking.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Is it possible for the applicant to address our concerns and then come back in a couple of weeks with this?
Well, I think we should vote, really. We've been at this over 5 hours. As you yourself mentioned, the applicant's been in preparation for this for a year. It's only a pre-screen, folks. It's only a pre-screen. There's so much more left to do on this project. The pre-screen process was put in place by us. And it's a good process. It's allowed tremendous public input, tremendous input to the developer, tremendous input from the city council. So I think at this point a vote would be appropriate. And Ed, it's kind of like ordering at a restaurant, I guess. When you're not ready, you ask the next person if they're ready to order. But I think we're at the voting stage at this point.
No, we are at the voting stage, but I have to tell you, I have some serious reservations about this,
that is completely evident, and that's understandable.
Very serious reservations. I wish this.
It's understandable. It's legitimate. It's valid. Everything you say, and I, for one, feel that you will be heard, and it will be factored in, and I remind everybody again, we're going to get another crack at this as a council. And that will be, then we'll see the final project, and then we'll have the final say. It won't be a pre-screen anymore. It will have an EIR in front of us. We'll have a traffic study in front of us. We'll have the Planning Commission vote. We'll have the Economic Development Committee. We'll have the specific plan, all those factors, and then we can make a final decision. But I really...
Mayor, I personally didn't become aware of this until February of this year. And so I was not on this committee that you mentioned until last week, but I didn't become aware of this until February. Had I known about this last year, I certainly would have guided the developer in a different direction.
Well, I mean, are you talking about the Economic Development Committee? I appointed you to it because we had a vacancy with the departure of Councilmember McCoy. And you wanted to be on that committee, and I wanted you to be on that committee. And I'm sorry I couldn't get you on there earlier, but it just didn't work out that way. But going forward, as I have discussed with you, the EDC is a very important committee and will have a strong voice in this process. It's just one more layer that this builder has to go through. And you're on it. You're part of the layer.
What about amending it to all residential?
One of the things I'll mention, just to reconfirm what City Attorney Noonan was saying, is that in the alternatives analysis of the process of the project, because of the zoning category, all residential will be evaluated, and all commercial will be evaluated, and a mixed use will be evaluated. So not only will all residential, but those other two components as well, and you'll be able to look at the data and make a decision based on that type of information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you've made it clear that you have reservations about the retail, and if I recall, the applicant said that that's up for consideration, up for study. And I think Mr. Powers is right. That will be one of the alternatives. What if we just do all residential and scrap the retail altogether? I'd like to know about that myself, to tell you the truth.
Mr. Mayor, this is
Yes, Councilmember Engler.
Yeah, I think we all have reservations. This is a big project.
It is.
We have reservations. There's risks involved in going forward with this project. However, at this point, I think those opportunities that this presents outweighs the risks. It's like you've said several times tonight, this is our first look at this. I'm with Councilmember Bill De La Pena. I didn't see this until just a couple of months ago. But that said, this opportunity is now presented to us. I can't see us closing the door on an opportunity just because there's some risks involved as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think our input tonight, both from the council, from the public, from staff, is going to go a long way to making this a better project. And I would hope that we don't not even take that look. We want to be able to see what's coming down the bed rather than wait or not even take a look. So that's just the way I'm looking at it.
And I can tell you over the last 10 years, or maybe even 15, there have been so many misfires on this piece of property, so many proposals that went by the wayside that just either they made no sense, or they were economically unfeasible. The proposer did not have the wherewithal to bring them to fruition. And here we are 15 years later, we finally have someone who has the capability of putting in a project that could actually work and has the financial wherewithal to do it and is ready to invest, as I mentioned, anywhere from $150 to $200 million into our community. And yes, as we've said ad infinitum here, there's a long way to go. But boy, I'll tell you, if this doesn't go, I don't know where we're going to go with this thing. I'm just afraid I'm going to be looking at a blight for another 10 years.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Claudia, Mayor Pro Tem.
We held the Automall to our building height standards of 35 feet, the Automall. Why can't the developer agree, in this case, to 35 feet?
Well, the auto mall was built back in the 1970s.
No, I realize that, but I'd like to ask the applicant, really.
Well, with all due respect, Mayor Pro Tem, I think the applicant's been pretty clear and said that they are listening to you, they understand your reservations, but they don't want to be held to a 35-foot height guarantee. As much as you would like them to be, they just don't feel that they can do that. And I, for one, understand that.
I would feel much more comfortable with my vote tonight if I could have an agreement that the building height would be 35 feet, as close to 35 feet.
Well, I think you use the word guarantee, and again, I think the builder was very receptive to your idea, but did not choose to agree to a 35-foot height guarantee. But I sense that there's room there.
Mr.
And you know,
Cohen,
think about it for a minute, Claudia. If you put a restriction on, what? I'm sorry, am I talking over you?
You did. That's okay.
I beg your pardon.
Looking because I see Mr. Cohen nodding and Mr. Tesoriero as well. So I was just wondering whether they wanted to weigh in.
Well, they've
Again,
okay. All right, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. How shall I respond? I don't think I can really change my thoughts that came up with earlier. But again, this is exactly what the pre-screen is all about, Mayor Pro Tem, to hear your thoughts. It's direction given to us to go back and study this. But if we're told to stick to some artificial height limit, it doesn't allow us the creativity that we need. And it really, and I think you heard it earlier, it could affect the affordable housing component, which we don't want to do. It could affect the open space that we think is a critical piece of this project. So we just need time to study this. And I don't think it's reasonable for us to tell you, I think it would be disingenuous of us to tell you that we can build it to 35 feet, 37 feet, 28 feet. Because right now it's just too early to tell you that. But what I can tell you is we have heard you loud and clear that height is of significant concern for you. And we will look at that and we will get back to you. And now that we know you're on the committee, you'll be one of the first people to look at whatever it is we come back with. And you can tell us, wow, you're way off the mark, or you're in the right direction, you're in the ballpark, but I could see a need for some more tweaking, whatever it is. But tonight, almost tomorrow, it would just be a mistake for us to commit to something like what you're asking for right now.
Yeah, I have to say, putting a rock-solid constraint like that on this type of project could have repercussions that we can't even anticipate right now. It could have repercussions to the affordable element, which we desperately need. We need very low and low-income housing, and this is 50 units. That's a standalone affordable housing project in itself. It could affect the quality. And I know that we all want a high-quality project, so I just would be afraid of a constraint like that and the repercussions that maybe we could project now and maybe we couldn't. But I think I think that'd be a mistake, personally. So.
Do you need me to vote again?
Well, let's see.
Can I add one more comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Who is that?
This is Tom Cohen again.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Listen, we will endeavor to bring the building height down. To what height, I can't tell you today, but we will be studying that with that goal in mind.
Well, there you have it. That's would seemingly be a concession, and we're not even out of the pre-screen yet. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, 11:30, and I think it's voting time.
Councilmember Jones?
Well, wait, everybody good with that?
I'd like to hear what Councilwoman Leila Pena's final thoughts are.
Okay. Do you have final thoughts?
My personal preference would be actually to continue this and then have the developer come up with a different plan and then present again within a month or so. That would be my preference.
I'll tell you my feeling. My feeling is that this is too dense, and I don't like 40 units an acre. I don't like the number of vehicles. I don't like the number of parking places. In other words, I could go for this, but it would take a lot of revisions. I mean, it would. He said he's going to be flexible. I don't know if he'd be as flexible as, and I really don't care for the mixed use on the boulevard. I wish there was some magical way you could just whoosh and remove all that first story and bring the next part of the building down a story. And that way you'd have not such an abrupt change of height from the sidewalk up to the building. You could have more of a stepping stone up. You see what kind of a lousy architect I'd be.
Well,
right?
yeah. I don't think tonight we're here to exactly design the project.
Well, what I said earlier, I don't want to. The other part of this pre-screening, I know you give them a chance to be flexible, but you don't want to lead them down a primrose path.
No, I don't think we've done that at all. And Claudia,
but we haven't approved it.
No, not yet. But Claudia, to your notion about perhaps having the project come back, it will be coming back. That's the point of it. It will be coming. If it gets through this tonight, it will be coming back in so many different ways, in so many different avenues. I mean, as I've said, ad infinitum with a specific plan. It's got to go through the whole staff review. It's got to go through us, you and me, Claudia, Economic Development. It's an EIR, the Planning Commission, the City Council. It will be coming back, I can assure you. And Councilmember Jones,
yes,
you mentioned you didn't like this and you didn't like that, and that's great. It would seem to me a reasonable course for you would be to see what kind of modifications were made, if it could in fact please your notions about how it should be, and if it doesn't, you'll have a chance to vote on it bindingly. But to just throw the whole thing away now and end up with nothing, where does that get us?
It's all on my shoulders. Is that it?
Mayor?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm just saying it's going to come back many times, and you will have a chance to vote on it.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Councilmember Engler.
Yeah, I just want to say, I guess once again, if we're going to kind of go in circular.
A little bit, but that's okay.
The input that we all have had tonight, not just Councilman Bill LePena or Councilman Jones, we've all had input, and that's exactly what this pre-screen is about, to give the input back to the builder as to what we are thinking. Now, for the last year and a half, they've been talking to the staff, so they know what staff has been saying. Now they have information coming from the council, from the people. All the things we've talked about tonight, I think, can be incorporated into a new presentation down the line. If we don't approve it tonight, we'll never know. It won't be something that we will ever know.
That is correct.
That
is correct. We'll be throwing, in my opinion, again, just my humble opinion, we'll be throwing away an opportunity to develop a site that has been the biggest eyesore in the city of Thousand Oaks since I've lived here since 1977. Let's not throw that opportunity away, really. Let's not throw it away. Let's see what they can come up with. Everybody's input will be heard, and we'll get the final say. Councilmember Jones, Mayor Pro Tem Bill LaPena, Councilmember Engler, and maybe me, because I'm up for re-election in November, but that's another story altogether. We'll get the final say. And so in the meantime, we get to have our cake and eat it too. We get to mold and push and prod this process, and then it comes back to us again. And if it's no good, then it's no good. But if it's good, then it is good. So let's not throw this opportunity away, really. Nobody wants to see the blight there anymore, and I don't see anybody coming up with anything better at this point. There's nobody in the wings that is going to bail this project out. Nobody. We've listened to all the screwy plans for this land. None of them have worked, and I've listened to them personally, and I have been badgered by people for years. What are you going to do about the Kmart project? What are you going to do about the Kmart project? Why don't you do something about it? Well, now we have an opportunity to do something about it. In this very early stage, in this pre-screen process that we all voted on, and here we are.
Let me ask one more question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask the city attorney. The way this is worded, I've seen it in other parts of the packet, and where I've seen it before, it says amendment from commercial to residential and then to commercial residential. They've had three things: commercial, residential, or a combination commercial resident. It looks to me like if you vote for this, you have to be approving commercial residential in one thing, doesn't it?
Actually, no. Again, what this is allowing the applicant to do is to process an application. In other words, submit an application to consider a commercial and residential project. But under that land use designation, Councilmember Jones, that could be a 100% residential project, it could be a 100% commercial project, or it can be a mix of commercial and residential.
But why in other places does it list three things? Does it list commercial, then it says residential, and then it says combination of commercial residential?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'm looking at Community Development Director Town to see if he understands.
I think Councilmember Jones feels that we were committing to something.
I think you're committing, if I vote for this, that I want to see mixed use, and I don't want to.
No,
well,
that's
on this parcel.
Councilmember Jones, I could tell you that's not the case.
Yeah.
I can tell you, and ultimately maybe this boils down to we have to have a little trust in the system. But I can tell you the only thing you're voting for tonight is to give this project 353 units to try to do something with over the next year, and it could be anything. Right. It could be all residential. It could be all commercial, which it probably wouldn't be. It could be mixed use. It could be 35 feet high. It could be 50 feet high. We'll find out, but that's all you're voting for tonight.
And in fact, the conditions in the resolution state that adoption of the resolution initiating the general plan amendment from commercial to commercial / residential does not guarantee that such a land use designation will actually be approved.
So if you vote for this, you're not voting for mixed use?
No. You're voting for an open ballot.
Yeah, you're voting to allow the applicant to submit a formal application for a project that they are requesting, and you're voting to allow that project to be studied in addition to alternatives.
You're voting to allow that project to be studied.
Well, let me just say this, that if we had 5 council members, I'd vote no. And I just feel that, again,
Well, we only have 4.
I understand that, and I really don't want to vote for it. But you and Bob feel so passionate about it, and you tell me that they can be so flexible that they're going to dramatically reduce the number of units and
Councilmember Jones, I feel passionate about the process. I feel passionate about the process, not necessarily the project. We'll see what happens with the project, but I trust the process, and I think you should as well.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for staff.
Yes.
What would be the next step in this process? I know we had a slide up. When would this be coming back to the City Council? Oh, no, is it the Planning Commission next? I forget.
Actually, it would be to staff and the committee would be the next piece of this. Generally, what happens is the applicant takes all the feedback that they've received through this process. In this case, I would anticipate that they're going to do a fairly significant amount of community outreach as well, and allow all of that to refine their next phase of iteration of design. And then they would take that design and begin the process of submittal to the city in a pre-application form, hear from the various entities, the fire department, police department, all of those various entities, and that will form the context for the environmental analysis, the traffic analysis, and all those things once there's a project in place. After that, I'm not a planning professional, so I'm just winging it here, but after that it would come to Planning Commission and to the City Council for final approval.
And Mr. Powers mentioned our committee. That's you and me, Claudia.
Well, I have to say I'm disappointed that it's come this far with this sort of presentation. I'm not happy with it. I really am not. And had I been on the committee earlier, it would have taken a different direction. So I am sorry that the applicant is here now with a split council, and that's not necessarily fair to you, because you were operating based on input from staff and other council members. So it's
okay. Again, can you trust the process versus looking at this as a referendum on the project? This is a process.
It is a process, but we have a presentation here that is viewed upon that's viewed favorably by some people and not so much by others. So
no, I completely understand that. I have my reservations as well. Absolutely. But what's our alternative?
By approving this tonight, you are opening the door to a general plan amendment initiation. And,
I don't think we're opening the. I don't think we're opening.
There is no, the genie's out of the bottle. There is no way putting it back in.
I don't think we're opening the door to anything more than 353 units reserved for 1 year for this project. That's it.
Mr. Mayor, Bob Engler here again. I think, again, it's sort of, do we think that residential is appropriate there? And I think that's the basic question. I, for one, think that residential, converting that derelict property to a residential is probably the best way to go.
I think we all might agree on that.
So that's really our question. It's not that we're going to guarantee 353, or we're saying that we are going to change that location from commercial to some form of residential, commercial. I doubt all residential or all commercial, but it's going to be some form that has residential. That, in effect, that's in a nutshell what we are trying to decide tonight. A lot of the things that we all have given feedback on are valid and appropriate. But in a nutshell, we are looking at changing that zoning with this general plan amendment from a commercial to residential. That's basically what we're doing tonight. A lot of the other things, a lot of the other details that are there are important, and I agree with my colleagues that these are very important details. But what we are tasked with tonight really is, do you think that location is a commercial location or a residential location?
And I can tell you for a fact that all commercial will not work there. I've seen the proposals over the last 10 years, more than I can count. Big name stores, very well known, couldn't make it work. Could not make it work. So I think Councilmember Engler is absolutely correct. Residential is what needs to go there, and let's trust the process and see if we can't get it the way we all want it.
Mr. Mayor, I do like the honesty of Councilmember Jones, who says that if we were 5 council members, he would vote no, because that's how he really feels about it. The applicant is seeing how we are really struggling with this decision. Okay, do you, the applicant, prefer that we vote it down because it would fail on a 2-2 vote, or are you really, are there any other signs that you can say, yeah, we'll not go 53 feet high? That is really that is a deal breaker for me personally.
Well, I don't know what else to say, but the applicant has said over and over that they have heard your reservations about height, and at one point, towards the end of their conversation, the applicant said, we're going to bring the height down, flat out. Now, can they guarantee 35 feet? No, and I wouldn't expect them to, personally. So,
Mr. Jones, how do you feel about the building height?
Well, I think that the 53 feet is too high. I don't know if it has to go down to 35. I didn't get into that detail. You get a feeling of abruptness from the street when you look, to my mind. Obviously, it hasn't been built, but I do feel it ought to be more of a gradual height, and I don't know some magic number, but that does seem high. As I say, I'd like to see them eliminate the, I know they don't want me to design the project for them, but I'd like to see them eliminate the commercial. And I don't think we need more commercial. I don't think that we need more retail. A lot of the stores are not even being used right now. And if we could eliminate the retail and use those parking places for the dwelling units and bring down the front of that building, I could support it. But I don't know if they're willing to make that drastic a change.
Councilmember Jones, if I recall, the applicant said unequivocally that the retail component is up for consideration. But I don't think you can go into a pre-screen.
You think, well, it would take 3 votes.
They said flat out that they would look at the retail and maybe decide that it wouldn't work after all. But I don't think you can go into a pre-screen asking for all these guarantees. That's not what a pre-screen's about.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm not hearing the same thing you are, but I know for a fact that the retail component is certainly something they're going to look at and assess or reassess, whatever the word might be. And the height is also reassessable. But I tell you, you know, if this goes down, I'm not sure where that property is going to end up. We could be very well looking at blight for another 10 years. I don't think anybody wants that.
Mr. Mayor, I would respectfully disagree with you. The developer would just be able to have more time to tweak it here and there regarding building height and perhaps the massing.
I would respectfully disagree with you in the sense that that's exactly what's going to happen over the next year. That's what this pre-screen's all about, Claudia. All these tweaks that we're talking about are going to be incorporated. Ed's worried about retail. They're going to look at that. Claudia's worried about height. They're going to look at that. And there's so many steps that have to be gone through here that I'm sure by the end of the process, it's going to look different than it looks now.
Don't forget to mention traffic, Mr. Mayor. That's another concern.
That's a very good point. And we're going to need a traffic study. There's no doubt about it. And think about that. Hey, we'll get a traffic study out of it, and if nothing less. I mean, we should, when Home Depot was proposed to go in there, I forget if we had a traffic study or not, but I think we did, and it showed us what the traffic would be like with a big box store. Well, now we get to see what traffic will be like with a residential area for free. Right? There's a lot of stuff we're going to get for free in this process, even if we turn it down. We'll get an EIR. We'll get to see what residential would look like there. We'll get to see if retail will work or not. We'll get to see how traffic would be. All these things. Freebies.
Well, I wonder if this point in time, whether going all residential would be a better option.
Well, yeah, it may well.
I mean, it would lower the building height. It would reduce traffic.
Absolutely.
So should be the...
I hear you. And I think the project builder hears you as well. And Mr. Jones feels, I think, the same way you do. And I think that's a very viable option, all residential.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Once again, if we do not move forward, we will not even know.
That's the point I was just trying to make. We'll never know. We'll never know. And as we find out, even if the project fails, we'll learn so much about how that property could be used. Traffic studies, residential, an EIR. Do you know how much an EIR costs? I think it's like about $250,000. More. How much?
Probably between $500,000 and $1 million.
$500,000 to $1 million for an EIR. Free. We're not paying for it. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Town.
Mr. Mayor, just to mention one point again, we've talked about it on and off, but the idea of the land use change, and I'm going to read directly from our general plan residential policies. We're talking about going from commercial to commercial residential, and there's been a lot of debate about whether commercial should be part of it, and if it should, how much it should be, and in what configuration. The applicant has indicated that they're willing to revisit that.
Yes.
And they would also conduct market studies, I would assume, given the dynamic nature of retail these days. But this is exactly how the policy reads in our general plan. The commercial residential designation in the land use element shall mean that either residential or commercial land uses may be permitted on land so designated, provided that a specific plan has been adopted for the land and that the proposed uses are consistent with the uses authorized by the specific plan. That's why the specific plan is part of this, this discussion. But in the past, we have used this for this designation for only two areas in the city. One is the downtown Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, and the other one is the 401 West Hillcrest specific plan, because both of those projects envisioned either horizontal or vertical mixed use, vertical being in our downtown area. So to me, this gives City Council the maximum flexibility. It gives you the ability to scale back the commercial, eliminate the commercial, retain the commercial, retain the vertical mixed use. It's a very flexible land use, and that's part of why we recommended it.
Yes, it's not right. It's not necessarily an either or, is it?
No, it's not. You have full flexibility, residential, commercial, or a mix of the two.
Right. And we as council members, we always have full flexibility, more so than a planning commission, more so than other bodies. As a city council, we have a lot of latitude in what we decide.
Yeah, again, tonight we are at the beginning of about a 7-step process. There's a long way to go. This project, however it's going to be refined, will be fully vetted. That's the bottom line.
That's for sure. It's being fully vetted tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, I have an awful lot of reservations, but I respect your judgment, Mr. Mayor. I respect Councilman Engler. I respect the judgment of Councilmember Bill De La Pena, and I'm going to vote reluctantly for it, with the idea that I hope the developer knows that it would be very hard for me to vote for the finished product if it is not very substantially changed.
Yes.
And what I said at the beginning, I don't want to lead anybody down a primrose path. I don't want to give the developer a false sense that because I opened the gate here or helped to open the gate, that I like there are a lot of things, as I've said, that I don't like about the project. And,
yes.
You know, one more time, let me just say it. You say that we can open the door and he'll be flexible. Good. That's good. But another reason for having this red light, green light hearing is we don't want to give somebody false hopes.
Oh, I don't think we've done that.
You know, you don't want to say, yeah, you don't want to make them think that a year from now, after you've spent $1 million for an EIR and so forth, you know, we're going to say, no, thank you.
That's the risk they take. That's what it means to be a developer. It's all about risk.
Well, as I say, I respect your judgment, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Jones.
As far as going with the project, I also respect the judgment of Councilwoman De La Pena, and I share a lot of her reservations.
I understand that.
And one final thing, Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate your patience.
Well, thank you. And Councilmember Jones, I mean, in my opinion, I think what you just said is very wise, and it's a good move on your part, if I may say so. Well, I'll tell you what. I think we're okay to vote because it sounds well. Naturally, I would think that because I'm in favor of moving ahead with the pre-screen, and it sounds like Councilmember Jones feels the same way. And Claudia, I completely understand your reservations. I really do. And all I can say is that it's been noted acutely, and you will have a major hand in this whole process going forward. So, why don't we have a vote? I think we're at that point.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena?
I will vote no, with the expectation that, and with the hope that being on the Economic Development Committee will give us an opportunity to shape this project in a way that will earn my vote later on in the process.
Mayor Adam?
Yes.
The motion carries 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Bill De La Pena voting no.
All right. We have ruled on that. And I appreciate everybody's patience and everybody's decorum and respect. And it was a great discussion. And
Mr. Mayor?
yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I just wanted to say that I look forward to working with the applicant and all of the members of the development team on coming up and producing something that will be attractive and really completely accepted by the community.
All right, thank you for that. Well, let us, I think we might be done. Because Claudia was wise enough to suggest that we move an agenda item up early, so we have that out of the way. Mr. Powers, do you have any follow-up items?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next regularly scheduled City Council meeting will be the 26th of May. Currently have a light agenda taking shape for that evening with Social Services Endowment Fund report. More details to come in the days and weeks ahead.
All right, thank you very much. We don't have any public notices and we don't have a closed session. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for...
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
I got in just a minute or two late tonight. And what was the name of the young man you paid tribute to?
Oh, that was Courtney Brousseau.
You know, I was a correspondent with him.
Oh.
He appeared at our park board meetings, and he and I exchanged emails. He went up to Berkeley or something.
He did. He was a wonderful young man. And
he was terrific. I thought he was going to be president of the United States or something.
He stood out, I must say. I met him through the Youth Commission, and he stood out head and shoulders, and we're going to sorely miss him.
I don't know if we're sending something to his parents, but I would just like to convey to them my personal... I mean, it really hurts me, but I thought he was a young man of such promise, and
he was. He was
so absurd that he would be murdered like that.
It's a true loss. And thank you for those comments, Councilmember Jones.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to adjourn the meeting to May 26th. Thank you for your attention.